We welcome you live inside the Chris Klein Athletic Complex on the beautiful campus of Marshall University in Huntington, West Virginia. We are set to bring you live streaming coverage the next 2 days of the 2025 Mountain East Conference Indoor Track and Field Championships, along with championship coach Jim Mahan, Andrew Miller. I'm Mark Martin, delighted to have all of you with us. And guys, we're getting set right out of the gate to hear prelims of the men's 60-meter hurdles.
Yeah, looking forward to some speed to begin here this evening, Mark. We've got a couple of speed events, of course, the hurdles and the 60-meter prelims. We've also got the 400-meter prelims. Then we've got some longer races as well. But looking forward to the speed that is offered here in this race. Love these fast races and this hurdle race. One thing to note about this, what we usually call track and field's Hurdle U Wheeling, who has owned this event for the last 4 years. No finalists, no prelims from Wheeling in this event. Very interesting.
Yeah, very, very surprising for sure. You got some good times. A good point, Andrew. We only got 60 meters. So, when you're dealing covering those hurdles in that amount of time, you clip one hurdle, and that can be the difference between winning and coming up second or third.
All right, lane one in heat one will be Julian Grace of the University of Charleston. George Donovich of West Liberty will be in lane two. Aaron Kuffner from Glenville State University in lane three. Jaden Garris of West Virginia State will be in lane four. Roberto Agrizi of the University of Charleston will be in lane five. Akeem Mustafa of Point Park will be in lane six. Mason Worley is in lane seven, and Mason Reed is in lane eight, both from Frostburg. And right out of the gate, guys, what we never want to hear, the double gun.
Yeah, that's not a good start. No pun intended, but not a good start to the afternoon events for sure. So,
I was looking out there, fellas, in I believe lane four or lane five. Roberto Agrizi, who has the best time, by the way, in this heat. I didn't see anybody start in that lane, so I'm not sure if Agrizi is pulled from that.
He could have been. You got Mustafa there at 177. He's number one. Agrizi is number one. There he is. They're showing a red at him, which means that he must have false started, which that would have been Agrizi, who has the second best time of anybody in either heat, and he's just been disqualified for a false start.
Well, I hate to see that. It looked as if he was not even running. He must have stood up immediately after he false started and must have known the situation.
There could have been a lean or a stumble or whatever, because he doesn't even come out of the blocks to get to the first hurdle.
Young man out of South Africa coming in with the 8.11 NCAA provisional time. Number two in school history, number two in the Mountain East Conference. So they'll line them up again here.
I hate to see that, too. Agrizi is a senior.
And Julian Grace in lane one. His father, John, was a great football player here at Marshall University. And taking first, Aaron Kuffner, young man out of Parkersburg. We've seen this guy a lot. He started his career at West Virginia Wesleyan, moved over to Glenville, and he is pumped up, and he's had a sensational career, and he's got a lot of running left to do. Great race for that young man.
Yeah, pretty flawless right out of the gate. He was fairly conservative off of his start, but he didn't have any glitches in any of the hurdles. I think he was just trying to play it safe to get into the final heat so then he can really show his talents.
Yeah, Kuffner followed by Jaden Garris from West Virginia State. Akeem Mustafa, Point Park. How about a new program in the Mountain East Conference? And then Donovic from West Liberty in fourth. Fifth, Mason Worley. Julian Grace moved down to sixth. Mason Reed, seventh from Frostburg State. And then, of course, hated to see that for Agrizi, getting that false start to begin his final indoor track meet.
Yeah, that would have been a great battle between him and Patano in the finals if they would have both made it through.
All right, heat two, we will have Marquise Trainer from West Virginia Wesleyan. Kenyon Webb will be in lane two. Braden Hashman of Glenville State in lane three. Ian Wood, stand out from Point Pleasant out of Davis and Elkins, the sophomore in lane four. Kamar Sutherland, Point Park will be in lane five. Massimo Pantano of the University of Charleston in lane six. Gavin Glass out of Point Park will be in lane seven, and Devin Mendez, sophomore, will be in lane 8 out of West Virginia State. So a couple of state runners there. The state programs really gotten it going in a short amount of time.
Yeah, they sure have. I like to see the fact that these kids get out there and they're competing so hard so early. Of course, this is the indoor season. We haven't made it to the outdoor yet. But, you really got to focus in on Pantano there, Andrew, from UC at 8.03. Of course, it's odd that he's out in lane 6.
We were trying to figure a little bit of that out when we were looking at these lane assignments. Said Pantano at an 8:03 is by far the best time in this. Just a freshman, by the way, for that young man. But in lane 6 for the qualifying heat. And maybe it's a choice. Maybe they get to do that. Speaking of wheeling, by the way, Moses Caroma, the two-time defending champ, has moved on, obviously, and that's wheeling, if you remember last year,
right.
Mark, and the year before. I think they finished top 3 in this event 2 years straight. Caroma also owns the record in this event, 9.78 or 7.98 seconds. I'll get it right eventually, guys. 7.98 seconds.
Yeah, Pantano can threaten that at 8:03 if he gets a good start out of the block. And then I saw him bolster through the first 2 hurdles in that practice run. He looked really strong.
Again, our field of teams: University of Charleston, Concord, Davidson-Elkins, Frostburg, Glenville State University, Point Park, West Liberty, Wheeling, West Virginia State, and West Virginia Wesleyan. 21 track and field competitors have posted provisional qualifying times heading into this MEC meet. 10 other women have also qualified.
Yeah, Pantano's actually made the provisional time in the 60-meter hurdle, so he'll be moving on to some higher competition. He also has the number 1.
Fire the gun, and here we are on heat number 2, and blazing the trail to the win, and that's Pantano. There by Nick Bias at the University of Charleston. University of Charleston men have won the indoor track and field championships 3 of the last 4 seasons. UC swept last year. Women also winning. So what did you see there, guys?
Well, I noticed that Pantano, although not clean over all the hurdles, seemed that he has a lot of real good lower leg strength and just powered through, even clipping those hurdles. Didn't seem to affect him much, Jim.
It did not affect any of his – it may affect his time a little bit, but, his idea was to get to the end of the race with being 1 or 2 so he could be in the finals. That's really what he's looking for. I think maybe a little bit nervous, Andrew. Looked, a little bit when he's clipping a couple of the hurdles. But if he can run a flawless race in the finals, he could be really vying for that MEC record.
And maybe just a slight bit tight in his first race of the indoor.
Yeah, that's for sure.
All right, so we have the women's 60-meter hurdles prelims coming up. Give you the lineup here in just a second. Beth Sykes was the track and field athlete of the year for the indoor season in 2024 out of the University of Charleston. Samantha Cash. Boy, it seems like we've been doing these events together. Andrew, you've been a part of it. Jim, you've been a part of it. And Samantha Cash out of West Virginia Wesleyan, she's back. She was the field event performer of the year. And Candace Morris, who we had a chance to see at the state meet many times for Capital High School, went just right down the road there to Institute and really helping to build the program there with the Yellow Jackets. Your alma mater, Jim.
Yeah,
One of your alma maters. You also went here and wrestled at Marshall University.
I've been around to a few places, Mark, that's for sure. He was talking earlier about Samantha Cash. I mean, it just seems like she's been around for about 10 years.
Well, take a look at the record books. From 2023, she owns the pentathlon record, the 60-meter hurdle record, the high jump record, the long jump record, and the 800-meter record.
Yeah, she's been around forever. Just an incredibly good athlete that just knows how to use her skills in the right ways.
And you see her, she'll be in lane 5. Erin Haviland from Frostburg State, a senior, will be in lane 1. Then you have Isabel Mastria in lane 2 from Frostburg, and then Emma Rome-Ear of Point Park is in lane 3. Marissa Scott out of West Liberty, a sophomore, in lane 4. Then the senior, Samantha Cash from West Virginia Wesleyan. Minky Engelbrecht of the University of Charleston is in lane 6. Cassie Colcom, Point Park, is in lane 7. And Bella Skeens, Glenville State University sophomore, will line up there in lane 8.
Well, there must be something, fellas, about lane 6 here getting the top time right now. 9:01 for Minky Engelbrecht is the top time in heat number 1.
And you got some good times there. I mean, you got Samantha Cash at a 9.11, so she's literally about a yard and a half behind. If you want to equate this in a 60-meter race, about a yard and a stride and a half behind Englebrick. She's in lane 5, and then you got Marissa Scott from West Lib at 9.39. So that's going to could be a really tight race. Of course, it always comes down to, does somebody going to clip those hurdles? Somebody real hesitant about getting out. That could have set the tone earlier about Agreasy when he false started, that somebody, they're really looking for that.
Englebrick out of South Africa, 9.01, number 2 in the Mountain East Conference, number 2 school history. Gun is fired, and away we go here. Samantha Cash is in the orange, but Englebrick there in lane 6 will come away victorious here in this first prelim, heat number 1 of this women's 60-meter hurdles dash.
Well, a lot cleaner on that first heat than we saw in either of the 2 men's first prelims. Didn't see a whole lot of hurdle clipping in that one.
No, not in that one. I'll tell you the difference in that between her and Cash going 1 and 2 in that heat is Englebrick was very good about coming out of the block. I mean, she beat her out of the block by half a meter, so that was probably the difference right there.
Boy, that time is really impressive, too. Sub 9 seconds,
Yeah.
8.91. That's just a hair off of the record by Isha Cisse. That's 8.78 from 2 years ago.
And then Andrew, how they'll thrive in the finals. That will just, breed for more competitiveness. So I look for them to go even lower in the finals.
Some field events that have taken place thus far here on day 1 of this 2-day event. Kayla McCurry, we watched her, and very impressive out of Davidson Elkins, winning a 4th consecutive pole vault title, Andrew. And Thomas McCoy of Frostburg took the men's pole vault, and Akeem Mustafa, a winner earlier today as well in the long jump.
McCurry looking for a 12-2 at the end, missed on 3 opportunities, but the next closest to her was, I believe, 10-6. So she ran away with her another one of those victories.
And that's tough, Andrew, when you're a good 2 meters ahead or 2 feet ahead of somebody else, that that competitiveness just doesn't kind of rise to the top because you don't have to. You've already got it sealed. So as she keeps continuing to progress and compete, then that competition will come back through.
Mark, we're going to see some very good speed in this next heat. Zoe McDonald, the sophomore out of West Virginia State, has already run a time better than the indoor meet record of 8.78. She's got an 8.71 this season. Again, she will be
6
again.
Yeah, she's out in lane 6, which we're a little bit baffled by that, but apparently nobody else is. So it doesn't seem to matter as long as they can get to the blocks and get out of there cleanly.
So Kendall Dominic of the University of Charleston will be in lane 1, a junior. Peyton Krafchek of the University of Charleston will be in lane 2, and then it will be Jordan Golden of West Virginia Wesleyan, a freshman, in lane 3. Iana Woods of West Virginia Wesleyan will be in lane 4, and then it's going to be Laura Delgado de Torres of the University of Charleston in lane 5. Zoe McDonald, mentioned her, in lane 6. Hannah Bond of Point Park will be in lane 7, and Dunya Van Den Toren will be in lane 8.
You look at Zoe McDonald, she is a prototype hurdler. I mean, she's tall with long legs, so this height will not scare her at all. The antithesis of that, Laura Delgado de Torres, probably giving up 6 or 8 inches in lane 5. That's where I'd be focusing, 5 and 6 for sure.
Joe Heinzman, veteran official. Got some great officials here for this indoor track and field event. See him there, not firing the gun, but he was keeping a close eye on our competitors. And out in front here, we talked about lane 6, and lane 6, Zoe McDonald coming away victorious here in heat number 2 of the women's 60-meter hurdles.
One thing I'll say, Jim, though, is she was ever so close to heading over into lane 5 a couple of times in that prelim.
Well, she had the lead leg, and then she landed a couple of times very near the line, and I think that probably caused her to be a little bit hesitant on driving between the hurdles. So you could see that her time was just a little bit, when you say a little bit off, I mean, it wasn't that bad. I mean, still had a great time, 8.71.
And again, that time matches her best of the season, and that would be, it's unofficial at the moment, but that would be a meet record. Almost went state meet record. We got another 3 months before that.
Yeah. And that it didn't look like she clipped a couple of hurdles. Plus, I thought she was leaning a little bit, exactly like you were saying. She was leaning toward the inside of her lane, and that can get really dangerous.
We're going to have the 400 meters coming up here inside the Chris Klein Athletic Complex. All right, we're going to break away here. We shall return to the Chris Klein Athletic Complex here on the campus of Marshall University in Huntington. You're watching live coverage of the Mountain East Conference Indoor Track and Field Championships on the Mountain East Conference Digital Network.
For 4 decades, the health plan is called West Virginia Home. It all started with a vision to serve our community with pride and integrity. We've grown alongside West Virginia, becoming part of its fabric. We've been here through thick and thin, supporting local families and businesses. Because at the health plan, we don't just work here, we live here. Proudly serving West Virginia since 1979. Your trusted partner in the community. The health plan. Here for you.
Being a champion takes more than skill, more than endless drills, more than using your head. Being a champion takes the heart to give it your all, the agility to thrive from any angle, and the relentless drive to be the best. Welcome to Division II, where the pursuit is yours to create, and the question isn't, can you do it? It's, will you?
In NCAA Division II, student athletes leave a lasting impression on their communities. That's because Division II student athletes want to make a difference and truly be part of their surrounding communities. Through community engagement, thousands of student athletes from various backgrounds interact with community members who view them as role models. This interaction leaves a positive and perhaps even life-changing impression on all those involved. In Division II, we rise to the opportunity and make community engagement ours.
It starts from the moment you enter the court. We're there to serve, make sure we're creating a fair atmosphere for both teams, upholding the integrity of the game.
I chose to be an official when I was a senior in high school, 17 years old. I think it's the best decision I've made. You could play, and you could make extra money on the weekends on the side, and why not?
In life, things aren't scripted. Games aren't pre-scripted. I got into officiating because my father was an official. Officiating was part of our family life. It wasn't just the game.
Get to be outside, get to experience the game. It's so much more fun. You can get a lot out of it.
If you're an athlete, we need people like you and young athletes who can translate those skills to officiating.
So much of officiating is not necessarily what you do on the court. It's how you conduct business off the court as well. Being an official, sure, it's not easy.
And if it wasn't for those difficulties, I don't think I would be where I'm at, because it helped me become not only a better official, but a better person.
It happens in every town, in every game.
We never have a perfect game, but the rewards always outweigh the negativities.
And it's just been wonderful.
Guys, you love that commercial right before we get back here to live action. And, you know, each sport, regardless of level, you need officials.
Absolutely.
We've got some great officials here in this indoor track and field championship meet for the Mountain East Conference. You got our great friend Richard Messenger here this season, and we are really excited about just all the guys we get a chance to see and just how vital they are to making this sport and all sports successful.
If you don't have officials, you don't have sports. It's number one on the list. I've developed a healthy respect for officials over the many years. In my 20s, maybe not quite as dedicated to their survival.
Well, I've officiated many sports, and I did officiate on the collegiate level in basketball, and I have a greater appreciation for what they have to go through. But the fact that people, particularly in the track and field world, those type of officials, they just continue to come and show up and come year in, year out. I mean, I first met Richard Messenger in 1986. When I was coaching at Ravenswood.
And Richard has the lead right now there in lane one.
Right now, he's got the lead, but
he's actually in lane two.
He's in lane two, but he might be fading a little bit.
Forgive me. But yeah, what a great
dedication. That's it's exactly what Andrew
and his
said.
wife as well, Donna. Very involved.
They come in year in, year out because they love it.
Yeah.
And like Andrew said, you don't have these meets when you don't have the officials.
You got to have them.
Well, so we had the 60-meter hurdles for the men and the women, 2 heats each. What did you come away with there as we move on here now to the 400 meters?
Well, the first thing I came with, guys, is I just feel awful for Roberto Agrizzi.
Yeah.
Number one, his senior season, his last chance to qualifying for the 60 hurdles. False starts immediately. But his teammate Pintano, the youngster, the freshman, looking very strong through some clipping of hurdles. And then, of course, in the girls' race, Zoe from West Virginia State, Zoe McDonald, looking all as good as we thought she may be. Broke the record, if it's official, from what we saw. And
did it kind of effortlessly. It doesn't look like she was really straining to do it. It is a sad thing with Agrizzi because, it's his senior year. He doesn't get another opportunity. He doesn't get to come back the next year and make amends for that false start.
All right, here is the lineup for Heat 1. We will have 4 heats in the men's 400-meter dash. Cohen Arbogast of Frostburg will be in lane 3. Christian Reed, lane 4 out of Point Park. Matthias Watson of West Virginia State in lane 5. And Ian Gardner, there's a young man we've seen a lot over the course of time. He'll line up in lane 6, of course, competes there at Concord for the great Mikey Cox.
Garner in this race has the top time in the entire field, 49.22. He's run a 48.22 in his career. That's just a little bit off the record that was set last year here by University of Charleston's Bram DeRates with 47.94 seconds.
Yeah. Sorry, go ahead, Mark. When you look at the indoor, it's a 300-meter track, and you got a finish line. You have to run through part of a curve and a straight and then go around 2 more curves and then finish with a straight. So, when you're trying to equate indoor and outdoor, it's really not fair because it's not the same distance in terms of the oval. So, you're just comparing apples with oranges.
We mentioned who were the award winners a year ago for the indoor season for the women. For the men, Moses Kroman, who surprised there, he was the track and field athlete of the year. Kellen Tropek of University of Charleston, the field event performer of the year. And Sam Idians, who is back, freshman of the year out of the University of Charleston. Again, UC defending champs both for the men and the women. Early on here at the 2025 Mountain East Conference Indoor Track and Field Championships. On championship coach Jim Mahan, Andrew Miller, I'm Mark Martin, and we are delighted to be with you here on Mountain East Conference Digital Network. Again, big day of action tomorrow, and the championship events just keep chipping away here. I know, Andrew, you did the wrestling at West Liberty, and of course we've had the swimming, and now we've got indoor track and field, and before you know it, basketball teams are going to be in Wheeling competing there at West Banco Arena for titles.
Looking forward to the season going through and enjoying the top athletes in this conference continuing to excel in sports. Whether I'm here doing it myself or watching, I enjoy it.
We are entering the final week of men's and women's basketball, and there'll be some great matchups along the way this week. And, of course, one there in Charleston I'll keep an eye on is the University of Charleston and West Virginia State. They will meet on Saturday at the Worley Center there on the campus of the University of Charleston, and just a couple of wild finishes when they faced off at the Walker Convocation Center in Institute earlier in the season. So we expect much of the same. James Long in his first season as the men's coach there at the University of Charleston. Of course, the veteran Brian Poore with the men's program at State.
He's been around a few years, Mark, Brian Poore.
Brian is the dean.
Yeah, he would be that for sure.
We're getting close to the start of this first of 4 heats. And there's no doubt about this, guys. They call it a dash for a reason.
Well, it's
a gut check
meters.
time.
Yeah. It's 400 meters. It's not an all-out sprint, but it's getting awful close to one. You know, when you're only going one time around the track. Well, 1 1/4, I guess, when you're looking indoors.
What I always wondered, talking with people who are actual athletes, I always wonder what the hardest event is, Mark. Is it truly the 400-meter run, or is it a 300 or 400-meter hurdle race?
Yeah, I've kind of gone back and forth with. I think I'm going to go with the hurdles just because of, you know, you do have that other element in which in which to deal with. At least with the 400, not sliding it at all. You know, you're just going to go out and fly and go as fast as you possibly can. With the 300 hurdles, you got some thinking to do as to how exactly you're going to pace yourself, you know, the steps in between hurdles. So it's going to be a little bit of a different mindset.
Yeah, your legs are going to be shot no matter what towards the end of the race. The question is, can you lift them high enough to get over a hurdle at the end?
Yes, especially, you know, now we don't, of course, we have indoor, but outdoor they have steeplechase. That is a grueling race because you've got distance, plus you've got these hurdles that you have to traverse and waters, you know, water that you have to jump into and run through. So and that's grueling in and of itself. But, you know, all of these events actually have they all are difficult.
There's a test.
Yeah,
there's a test.
And
no
people
question.
look at it and say, well, anybody can run around the track for one lap. Well, can you do it in 50 seconds?
No, they can't. Talk about that West Virginia State UC basketball doubleheader coming up this coming weekend. Of course, UC with a new women's coach as well in Bubby Johnson and Charles Marshall, veteran coach there at West Virginia State. So, again, getting set for the first 4 heats here in the men's 400 meters shot put competition going on at the moment. Jacob Bauman of Glenville.
One thing I love about the shot put, guys, the best hair in all of these meets is always from the shot putters.
That is an excellent point, Andrew.
It's a pretty nice Mississippi mud flap right there out of Bauman. You call it a Tennessee waterfall.
Again, Cohen Arbogast, Christian Reed, Matthias Watson, and Ian Gardner. Frostburg, Point Park, West Virginia State, and Concord making up the 4 that will compete.
Well, it makes it a little more difficult being indoor because you got, as Andrew pointed out, the best time in this in this heat itself is out in lane 6. So, there's no such thing as a stagger. You're in your lane the whole race all the way around the track. So you're kind of blinded by everybody that's on the inside of you because you're out in the last lane. So, it's difficult in some instances to see what kind of pace you're setting. Like you guys said earlier, 400 really isn't something to set a pace and mark. You're not going to run through the 200 and say, I got to get through the 200 in less than 27 or whatever it is you're looking at. So, they know what they need to do and how their body feels on that specific day and time. The start is not as nearly as important as it is when they're getting toward the last third of that race. Can they drive through it when their legs are heavy, when they're oxygen deprived? Can they get to that finish line?
Nick Bias is the head coach at the University of Charleston. Mike Cox of Concord, Jason Piles, D&E, Ballard Suter of Frostburg, Dan Myers of Glenville, Tim Kramer of Point Park, Kelsey Chambers of Wesleyan, Jason Falvo of West Liberty, Patrick Stanton of Wheeling, and John Boisette of West Virginia State guiding those programs here at the Indoor Championships of the Mountain East Conference.
Well, taking a look at the numbers real quick while we're watching a little bit of this shot put finals. Top throw at the moment coming from West Liberty's Isaac Tavo, a throw of 16.66 meters. Right behind him, UC's Frankie Winter, and in third at the moment, Luke Messenger from UC as well. And they go through these in a couple of different groups. So right now it's Charlie Bauman, not to be mistaken for the kicker from many years ago from West Virginia University.
A slightly different stature, I might
a bit.
It is amazing, though, when we do these events over the course of time and names jump out at us that we remember from back in the day. And Jim, you structured a championship program at the high school level for this great sport, and you won 5 championships in the span of 6 years. What were some of the keys? Well, great athletes, I'm sure.
Yeah, it doesn't hurt to have great athletes, but the other part of that equation is how hard they worked. And you couldn't work them hard enough. I mean, the thing about it is you train them right, and they rise to the occasion when it comes to the work ethic. When they get out on the track and perform in track and field, that's kind of like a second nature. And it was, I don't want to say it was an expectation, but at the same time it really was. I mean, you're not going to get better by just your talent. You're going to have to work at it. So I'm reminded of the girl that ran Carla Smith Akers, who ran a 57.88 in the 400. She always drove me crazy because she would run the first 200 meters like she was running the 200 meters in the 400 meters. And in the third 100 in that curve, everybody caught her because she would just gear down to where she was almost crawling. And then when she'd come out of that curve and hit the straight stretch, she would just hit another gear and just blow by everybody. Well, the exception to that was in the state meet when she didn't gear down through the curve and ran a 57.88. That's a pretty good time for a double-A runner.
Well, you talk about that. That's saving your best for the right time as well.
Exactly.
And you had an athlete that did something that I don't know if we'll ever see again. It would be hard-pressed to see it again. It may happen. I don't want to say never, but she wins the 100, the 200, the 400, and the 800.
Yeah,
Jill Bayless.
Yeah, you just don't see that very often. I mean, you're talking about sprints and distance at the same time, but within that cycle is the 8 and 200 at the state meet are back-to-back. So you run the 800, and then you turn around and run the 200. So, she has to get her grace time, of course. But the fact that you run the 800 before the 200, your legs are pretty much shot. And she won all 4 of them, scored 40 points, maximum you can score in a state meet. But I'm fairly certain that has never happened. I know it hadn't happened before, and I don't. And I think it'll take a while to get there.
I think the closest I would ever imagine, and of course the high school realm that we discussed a good bit, would have been McKenna Smith from Bridgeport. Mm-hmm. The year she won 4 and had 4 state records, but those were all speed events, and those
Right.
were broken up into a couple of days.
Yeah, she had a little bit of time in between. So
200 and 800 together. No, that is seriously impressive.
Yeah, Jill went on to run at Brown, ran on the 4x8 team up there, and was very competitive in that league. And
to Jacob Bauman back in the ring.
So we got two Baumans from Glenville State, Charlie and Jacob. Jacob's best throw so far, 14-7. And again, the hair game is strong.
Hey, you mentioned earlier, Andrew, Tavo has the best throw so far, which is a little bit of an upset because Frankie Winters coming in had the best throw of the season so far in the MEC. Right now he's running a very close second, but he's not at the top of the heap right now.
Still have one more throw apiece between Tavo, Winter, Messenger, Bauman, Javon Fletcher from Point Clark, and Julian Matthews.
And the other piece of that too, Andrew, it almost feels like Frankie's a little bit frustrated. He's had 3 fouls already in 5 throws, so he's only had 2 marked throws so far as opposed to Tavo, who's only had 1 throw, and he's been very consistent. He's gone down a little bit from his second throw on, so we'll see if Frankie Winter can put something together for UC.
State champion out of Ripley High School.
From one Viking to another,
Yeah,
Mark.
he was just an outstanding young man and knew he wanted to keep throwing. Just fell in love with that aspect of track and field. And so we'll have the 400 meters coming up, scheduled for about 6:40. So we'll continue with our shot put competition here inside the Chris Klein Athletic Complex. And, of course, the runners are competing on the Jeff Small track. Jeff Small, a longtime coach at Marshall University, and did a lot for the program here. Our good friend, Jim, Rod O'Donnell, was one time the head coach here at Marshall University, went on to Kent, now coaching at Parkersburg High School, so he's keeping tabs on Mr. Kuffner, who we saw earlier here today.
Yeah, the thing about Rod, is besides being a class individual, anywhere he's went, whether it was Hudson, Parkersburg, Marshall, Kent State, wherever he's went, he's produced winners. And so that's a testament to his ability as a coach, and he's absolutely loved it. And last time I talked to him, I saw him not even a month ago at a meeting we had collectively together, and he said, I'm not slowing down. I still love it, and I still want to do it.
Well, he's a historian of the sport, too, and that's certainly one of the things you love about it with that guy.
Yeah, Andrew, you and I were talking. We were looking at those shot put examples, distances right now. It looks like Frankie slid down into third because one of the best, second best throw I think I saw was on down there from Bauman.
Could be one of the Baumans. It was a good throw from Charlie Bauman just a second ago, 15.42. That has bumped him up to third on the list. He'll pass Messenger. Still the top 2 are West Liberty and UC at the moment.
Okay.
Winter's got a 16.21.
He's got a little work ahead of him.
Yeah, to get to that number from Tafo.
Yeah, 16.66 and 16.21. He's got a little work, and he's only got 1 throw left.
Jim, you were talking about Frankie Winter. He was honored earlier this season as the Mountain East Conference's Male Indoor Track Athlete of the Week, presented by the Health Plan. In the sophomore from Ripley, swept the shot and weight throw events at the Youngstown State University Collegiate Invitational, hosted by Youngstown State. Shot put a 15.57 meters and winning weight throw 17.21.
Here is Winter's last throw opportunity.
Launching.
Pretty good throw.
Looked like he didn't get all of it. He's not. Doesn't look like he's super excited. Let's see how they mark it. That's better than his last 2 throws, which were unmarked because they were fouls.
Pretty good. 16:39. That'll be his best throw, but still not quite enough to overtake Tavo's 16.66. Tavo will be the next to throw. You can never tell with these shot putters. They sometimes scream and it seem like they're mad, but maybe it's more of a motivational thing.
Yeah, kind of like kind of hyping themselves up. Sometimes they get so frustrated with themselves they just step out of the circle on purpose because they don't want you to measure it because they know it's not good. But now Tavo there from West Lib, he's going around congratulating his teammates, or they're congratulating him, I guess. He really doesn't even have to throw because he already knows he's sewed up first place
and he will not.
Championship. He will not throw. So,
well, West Liberty. We talked about how the University of Charleston's dominated on the men's side. West Liberty, though, did win it a couple of years ago. And there he is with his head coach. The fist bump there.
Got the wrist taped up and got the fingers taped up and just battle worn, but he came through on top.
Nobody touching, of course, the record set in this event was get down the shot puts. Gotta find it right eventually.
Kellen Tropak.
Yeah, I was trying to find it. Oh, there, thank you. Right in front of me, I appreciate that. 1692, so Tavo pretty close, but not quite there.
We saw Jason Falvo, the head coach of West Liberty, and he's been successful at all stops, Eastern University, 2019-20, and Clarion University. Jesse Skiles is our public address announcer here for this Mountain East Conference indoor track and field meet, and one of the best around. And not only at being a public address announcer, of course, he is the athletic director at Glenville State University, and before that, a record-setting coach and won a slew of championships at West Virginia Wesleyan.
I want to go back, fellas, to the 60-meter hurdle prelims. They've officially got it posted. Massimo Pintano tying the meet record set 2 years ago by Moses Caroma from Wheeling University at 7.98. So he has tied the meet record.
Wow.
And that was just his first race here.
As a freshman. Trying to make up for his teammate there, I suppose.
We noted West Liberty winning this in 2023. Racked up 166.5 points. UC was second at 148.5. Last year, UC 169. Frostburg at 107. West Liberty was third. UC winning it in 2020 and in 2022. COVID knocked out the 2021 indoor season.
You talk about MEC, and even if you go back to the WVIAC, University of Charleston, they have been kind of a dominant force in not only indoor but outdoor track and field, cross country. They've been extremely good for many years.
Yeah, one of the things we talked about even before we came on the air, Andrew and Mark, was that they do have quality athletes, but the other thing they have is they have somebody in every single event. Not only just one person, but they got usually multiple people, particularly in their mid-running 800, 1,500, 3,000. They've got multiple runners there, so they can kind of stack points as can be. So, but they have a large amount of track and field members on their team.
Yeah. And Nick Bias was hired in January of 2014 and has just done an incredible job there. 32 championships, 10 championships. That's 32 in track and field, 10 in cross country. And actually now up to 11. And again, just Coach of the Year honors, 24 Coach of the Year awards. Had double-figure All-Americans, national qualifiers. Timber Huseman's was a national qualifier a year ago in the 200 meters, Warren Thiel in the 800 meters, and Julie LaFair in the 10,000 meters. And you see, again, an outstanding football season. Finished 11-0. There's a look at the first heat that is coming up in the 400 meters here inside the Chris Klein Athletic Complex on the campus of Marshall University in Huntington, West Virginia. Great to have you with us, and we certainly salute Christian Spears, the Director of Athletics at Marshall University, and his crew once again serving as the host for this great event for the Mountain East Conference.
One of the things that does help being in this Chris Klein complex is you can't wander too far. So you're probably not going to miss too many calls for your events. Sometimes that happens when you get spread out on a track meet and you're out at a football stadium, or you're here or you're there, and you can't hear the PA announcer. And I've heard of kids that missed their events because they just thought it was going to be later on in the day.
Yep.
So it's, you don't really see that a whole lot in an indoor competition.
Some of the things we got coming up here in just a bit, folks, after the 400-meter prelims for the men and the women. We're going to have the 60-meter prelims for both men and women. Go a little stretch with the longer races. Men's 5,000-meter final, followed by the 200-meter prelims for the men, and then the women's 5,000-meter finals, and then the women's 200-meter prelims. We'll round out the evening with the men's distance medley relay final, and following that, the women's distance medley relay final. So a lot of speed here this evening, but a couple of distance races that we get a chance to watch.
Slow us down toward the end of the evening. So
you look out here, and of course, not just a track and field facility, a lot of use for many of the programs, and certainly the football program. And now the head football coach getting set for his first spring drills at Marshall, Tony Gibson, a product of one of these Mountain East Conference schools, Glenville State University. It was Glenville State College back then. Played there for Rich Rodriguez, who was the head football coach, now returning to West Virginia to guide the Mountaineers. So really neat to have two Mountain State natives guiding the two Division I programs here in the great state of West Virginia.
And you think about where Tony Gibson came from. Comes from a very small southern school and ends up as the head coach here at Marshall University. By the way, before we take a break, guys, I wanted to get the official results for the 60-meter hurdles. It is official, Zoe McDonald, an 8.71. That breaks the meet record. So she now is the meet record holder.
Outstanding.
All right, and, of course, we will see her again tomorrow. We'll break away. We'll come back, bring you 400-meter action. You're watching live coverage of the Mountain East Conference Indoor Track and Field Championships on the Mountain East Conference Digital Network.
For 4 decades, the health plan is called West Virginia Home. It all started with a vision to serve our community with pride and integrity. We've grown alongside West Virginia, becoming part of its fabric. We've been here through thick and thin, supporting local families and businesses. Because at the health plan, we don't just work here, we live here. Proudly serving West Virginia since 1979. Your trusted partner in the community. The health plan. Here for you.
Being a champion takes more than skill, more than endless drills, more than using your head. Being a champion takes the heart to give it your all, the agility to thrive from any angle, and the relentless drive to be the best. Welcome to Division II, where the pursuit is yours to create, and the question isn't, can you do it? It's, will you?
In NCAA Division II, student athletes leave a lasting impression on their communities. That's because Division II student athletes want to make a difference and truly be part of their surrounding communities. Through community engagement, thousands of student athletes from various backgrounds interact with community members who view them as role models. This interaction leaves a positive and perhaps even life-changing impression on all those involved. In Division II, we rise to the opportunity and make community engagement ours.
It starts from the moment you enter the court. We're there to serve, make sure we're creating a fair atmosphere for both teams, upholding the integrity of the game.
I chose to be an official when I was a senior in high school, 17 years old. I think it's the best decision I've made. You could play, and you could make extra money on the weekends on the side, and why not?
In life, things aren't scripted. Games aren't pre-scripted. You know, I got into officiating because my father was an official. Officiating was part of our family life. It wasn't just a game.
Get to be outside, get to experience the game. It's so much more fun. You can get a lot out of it.
If you're an athlete, we need people like you and young athletes who can translate those skills to officiating.
So much of officiating is not necessarily what you do on the court. It's how you conduct business off the court as well. Being an official, sure, it's not easy.
And if it wasn't for those difficulties, I don't think I would be where I'm at, because it helped me become not only a better official, but a better person.
It happens in every town, in every game.
We never have a perfect game, but the rewards always outweigh the negativities.
And it's just been wonderful.
Again, great spot to say yes to officiating. And one of the great officials there, Joe Heinzman. We are getting set here inside the Chris Klein Athletic Complex to bring you our first of 4 heats in the men's 400 meters as we bring you live coverage of the Mountain East Conference Indoor Track and Field Championships on the Mountain East Conference Digital Network. Cohen Arbogast of Frostburg State, Christian Reed of Point Park, Matthias Watson of West Virginia State, and Eden Gardner of Concord will be the 4 competing here in this opening race.
Saw a good shot there of Christian Reed from Point Park. That there is Ian Gardner out in lane 6 from Concord. So they're getting ready to step into the blocks. The old days, if you guys remember, they used to not use blocks in the 400.
You used to stand up.
Stand there.
Gardner, young man out of Hinton, West Virginia, went to Summers County High School, been on the podium of the 400-meter dash 4 times in his career and looking for a first conference championship in this event.
Again, he has the top time in the entire field, 49.22. Has a PR, though, 48.22, which is just off the record in the MEC set last year by Brandon DeRate from UC.
A really good start there by Gardner coming out. Now what he needs to probably focus, see how he's staying right in the center of the lane, and then they'll hug that line as they go through the curve.
So Gardner out in front at the moment. Christian Reed of Point Park. And starting to make a move. For Frostburg is Cohen Arbogast. Fending him off at the moment, though, is Christian Reed. Ian Gardner, West Virginia native, coming down. Stretch here. Matthias Watson there in lane 3, and Gardner will be your winner here of Heat 1.
I just looked so comfortable from start to finish in that race. Did Ian Gardner. This is, again, one of his top events, and he showed why he is one of the best in the field.
Yeah, and it's really difficult, Andrew. You know, I mean, it's hard when you don't have anybody that you're trying to run down and you don't have anybody that you're really competing against. You really didn't have anybody around him. You know, I'm not taking anything away from the other runners. Arbogast ran a good race there from Frostburg, finishing second there at 50.47, but that's a really good time for Gardner considering nobody was around him.
Sometimes when you're not being pushed or you can't feel the push, it's a little easier to slack off. But again, just trying to get things qualified here. That's a good qualifying time, sub 50 seconds.
And you look at those times, do you say slacking off?
Yeah, slacking off at 49:24. So yeah, that's.
I only say that because they don't have cameras on me.
Gardner, coached by Mike Cox there. Mike now in his, well, he's new as Mikey, but in his
Mikey.
25th season. What a runner he was at Old Athens High School, now part of Pikeview High School, and then went on to Virginia Tech. Always kind of had that maroon color
Yeah,
wherever
he
he's
just
been.
kept it going wherever he was at.
His
so.
closet. You know. All right, so we're ready now for Heat 2. Brady Pryor of Concord, a freshman, will be in lane 1. Then we'll have Nate Hulver in lane 2. And then it will be Tyrell Brooks, sophomore, in lane 5. And Jaden Garris will be in lane 6.
Garris has the best time of this group out in lane 6. They've got all the best times out there in lane 6, and him coming in at 49:26. That's very close to where Ian Gardner was in lane 1 in the first heat.
Lots of youth in this heat. 3 freshmen and a sophomore. Garris, Pryor, and Hulver all freshmen. While Brooks is a sophomore.
There you see Brady Pryor, again, touching on Mikey Cox. Was the AA state record holder in the mile 4:17. Broken by one of his future athletes, Logan Zucchelli, in 2021. So we're off and running here in this second heat.
Well, Mark, if explosion has anything to do with it, Brady Pryor ran out of his number that was on the side of his shorts when he took off out of the block. So we'll see.
Good at the moment.
See how that pans out for him as he finishes up.
And Brady Pryor, Nate Hulver, West Virginia State, Tyrell Brooks, and Jaden Garris.
Garris passing on the last turn.
So West Virginia State victorious here in this second heat of the men's 400-meter dash.
Well, Jim, you were correct. Pryor had a great start to this race. First 200 meters, he had a healthy lead, but Garris with the closing speed.
Yeah, Garris tracked him down, but kind of an easy run for Garris, almost kind of like Gardner was in heat number 1. Really not a lot of pressure. He had a little bit more coming out of the curve where they come through this. After they run the stagger, they all collapse in on that last curve after they've already run 2 curves in his 400, and then they run on the inside the rest of the way in. But he passed up Pryor there and just finished out pretty strong.
Yeah, 49.22 seconds for the West Virginia State Yellow Jacket, and now we get set here for our third heat. Joseph Lavio of West Virginia Wesleyan, a sophomore, coming in a time of 51.78 seconds. Lar McElroy of the University of Charleston, a freshman, 50.95, will be in lane 4. Carlos Gomez of the University of Charleston, 50.66 in lane 5. And Tyler Minter will be in lane 6. Minter from West Virginia State.
Let me look at these two of these in this race. Lavio has a very good PR time in his career, 49.34. That's the best PR in this heat, but his best this year is a bit off of that, obviously 51.78. Meanwhile, Minter has the best time on the season in this heat at 49.93.
Joe Heinzman will fire the gun. And we're off here in heat number 3 of the men's 400-meter dash. Ian Gardner took heat 1, and Jaden Garris of West Virginia State took heat 2. Gardner from Concord.
Yeah, Minter looking really just staying right on the very inside of that lane.
He'll track down Laveo on that backstretch.
For McElray, Carlos Gomez.
Minter trying to make a move head-to-head to the second lane.
Tyler Minter out in front, and Tyler Minter, so a second straight victory in the heat here in the 400-meter dash, recorded by West Virginia State.
Looking at the unofficial time as Minter crossed, that was a really good time.
Yeah,
I'm not sure if it'll stay that way. But
he had a lot more competition, having to push himself that last 15, 20 meters. So we got him at 49.80. I think we had Garris at 49.22 in the previous. So you've got three guys that's all in the 49s. So how tight's that final going to be?
Yeah. That will be fun to examine tomorrow here inside the Chris Klein Athletic Complex. It's set here now for the fourth and final heat of the men's 400 meters in our prelims. And this field just about all Frostburg State with Mason Worley, Justin Dow, Ethan Wilt, and Juan Beria of Point Park. Beria a senior, Mason Worley a freshman, Justin Dow a junior, Ethan Wilt is a sophomore.
Just looking at personal records, Barrera has gone sub 50 or 49.03. That's good for second best in the entire field for his career, and he's at 50.64 for the qualifying time this year.
Hey, you find this one thing interesting about this heat, Andrew, that kind of sticks out to me is all of your best times in the previous three heats were all in lane 6. However, we get to heat 4, and the best time is in lane 5.
Yeah.
With Ethan Wilt from Frostburg. Let's see what he does.
Gun has been fired here for our fourth and final heat. And Point Park's Juan Barrera at the moment out in front. And again, you got three runners here for Frostburg State.
I think they'd all be part of that 4x4 later on.
This is why Jim Mahan, we need these binoculars, because you're going to try to pick out those numbers on the jerseys, especially we got three guys running from the same school. But right now, Barrera trying to fend off the Bobcats from Maryland. And that will happen.
Boy, Dow, though, gave him one heck of a battle in the last few meters.
Dow made his move, and I think he made it about 5 meters too late, Andrew, because he was closing hard on Barrera.
It's the fun thing about that race. You could see the pain in Barrera's face directly stemming from his legs.
Yeah, and he's looking at that finish line saying, that can't get here fast enough. And you got Dow on the other end saying, give me another meter or two and I'll be okay.
Well, the winners of the first three heats all clipping that 50-second mark, and Barrera not quite there, but still 50.22. I know back in the day I'd have taken that.
I could do.
I think a lot of people would
might
take
do
that.
10 meters in 50.22. Other than that,
Oh, you look at that finish, though, fellas. And that was so close.
It was tight. You had a couple of kids from Frostburg that were battling. Of course, they had Worley and Dow and Wild. I mean, they were all battling there, really close. I mean, decent times for them as well.
So close that it's taking a second. How about that?
There we go.
50.22, 50.23.
Yeah. Took them a little time to post that one. It's only 1/100th of a second difference.
It's always kind of exciting to see one of those races in a prelim.
Yeah, you don't normally see that type of tight competitiveness. You'll definitely see it in the finals, like as Mark alluded to earlier. You got three guys that are right underneath that 50 into the 49s, and then you've got Barrera there right at the 50. So it's going to be a very interesting and very competitive men's 400 final tomorrow.
Well, we'll have the women's 400 meters coming up, and we'll have 4 heats for that competition as well. Brooklyn Reynolds of West Liberty, Lotte Zethov of Point Park, Alexandra Pekic of the University of Charleston and Maya Clark of the University of Charleston will be the first 4 out on the track here. The Jeff Small track inside the Chris Klein Athletic Complex on the campus of Marshall University here in Huntington, West Virginia. Great to have all of you with us as you're watching live coverage of the Mountain East Conference Indoor Track and Field Championships on the Mountain East Conference Digital Network, along with Jim Mahan and Andrew Miller, Mark Martin, which mounts at the controls with our great crew here. So a little bit of time here in between the men's 4 and the women's 4.
Now the interesting thing when you're looking at these, you got 4 heats in the women's 400. You've got 7 girls, 7 ladies, I guess you should say, that have all broke a minute. So, and they're only going to take 6 into the finals because that's how many lanes they have. So one of those outstanding runners somewhere is not going to make it into the finals, albeit if their times stand up from earlier in the season.
Well, just a couple of years ago, University of Charleston's Luann Puzanker with a 57.30 winning time, and that is the meet record. Took me a while to learn that's phonetic spelling, the last name of Puzanker. Love that we get the
international flavor. So.
Well, the programs will send us the spelling and the phonetic spelling for a lot of these names, and last thing we want to do is get one of those wrong.
Well, Andrew, in the digital age we're in, you would think, and I'm just kind of throwing this out to the schools in the MEC to maybe put a pronunciation video. You just hit the play button and it'll say their name. So I actually did that when I was doing graduation names. We had a lot of foreign exchange students when I was administrator at Ravenswood. So I actually went to them and recorded them saying their name so that I would say it right at graduation. So, I don't know, it's just something to – it wouldn't be that hard digitally to do, I wouldn't think.
Well, you did mention this is the day and age of digital. So you can imagine that some of these people coming over from the European countries,
right.
Imagine that somebody from over there may be watching this broadcast.
Absolutely.
Direct all hate mail to Butch Mounts, please.
Get a lot of great athletes here, guys. Again, each week the Mountain East Conference through the health plan, saluting those athletes. We talked about Frankie Winters out of Ripley. Winter was the recipient during the week of January 20th. January 22nd, it was Yannick Windelband of Point Park, distance specialist who hails from Germany, was honored. West Liberty University sprinter Hunter Patterson, who we're going to get a chance to see here. Looking forward to seeing him in action. And he was the athlete of the week out of Chester. I believe, Andrew, if I'm not mistaken, didn't you and I do a football game at Oak Glen High School, a playoff game with Herbert Hoover and Hunter Patterson was a standout for Oak Glen.
He and his brother Gage were both standouts, but Hunter, yikes, that guy was fast and apparently has not gotten slower, Mark.
You talked earlier about this international flavor, guys. We got, people from New Zealand. We got them from Belgium. Mark mentioned earlier Germany, Kenya. We got them from Australia. You got them from South Africa. So, we've kind of just shrunk the world, as we know, and just people have the opportunity to go just anywhere and thrive.
The thing I love about the Mountain East Conference and the coaching staffs, that they do go international. They're able to get in touch with these athletes. And if you're one of these programs, you've obviously got a pretty good credibility to you that people can find you as well. And you get a lot of really good action here because of that.
Well, and the other thing, too, you got a conference that's run well. You got Reed Amos, who does a great job of promoting the MEC and just trying to keep it on the forefront and keeping it up to date and just trying to get the best competitors there. I mean, he does an outstanding job as well, as do all the universities that are represented in the MEC.
Some of those other honorees this season, Sam Idians has been honored, and also from the Mountain East, most recently, Glenville State sweeping the awards, Nick Pitchford, young man from Eleanor, great runner. And then from Canvas, West Virginia, you have Natalie Barr. Now we're going to have the 800 meters for the pentathlon unfolding here at the moment. And that field is going to consist of Samantha Cash, who we've been talking about a little bit early on in our telecast, and certainly looking forward to seeing Samantha Cash, who's just been a staple in the Mountain East Conference down through the years. You're going to have Laura Delgado Torres. She'll be in the field. Donia Vanden Toren of Point Park. Isabel Mastria. Emma Romere. Cassidy Hammonds. Romere from Point Park. Mastria from Frostburg. Vanden Toren from Point Park. Then you have Cassidy Hammonds of Concord. Casey Colcom of Point Park. Jillian Huffman of West Liberty. And then two more Point Park runners in Hannah Bond and Luchama Lubin of Point Park. West Virginia Wesleyan's Carly Dillard and Ashley Martin from West Liberty.
Obviously, Samantha Cash, the name to know, the name to watch. She owns the record in this event. Just a couple of years ago, she set the record at 2 minutes, 33.09 seconds. You look at the top 2 times this year, that is far below that. Both Cash and Delgado de Torres are way below that 2:33 time, including as well Point Park's Donia Vanden Toren with a time sub 2:33. So you look at those times at least for the year, and you look at those 3 as those that may separate, but you never know. When you come to these events, you maybe look down at some of their personal bests, maybe a little bit better than that. But again, obviously, until Samantha Cash gets beat, she's the one to watch.
All right, Jim Mahan, let's talk about the difficulty. Andrew and I were talking earlier, 400 or 300 hurdles, and you can't forget about this event, the 800 meters, and how difficult it is.
Yeah, it becomes a very strategic race when you look at it, because which group do you want to run with? That's your first question. 2, are you going to stay out of trouble? You know, you got some runners that are so inclined to stay on the inside of the track because they think that's the shortest distance, when in theory it is. However, it's also the place for the most trouble that you can run into. You can get hemmed in, get outside of your pace. You can't get in a rhythm in your race. You see right there our top 3 right off the bat. You got UC, you got Samantha Cash, so you got others that are in there as well.
Yeah, Delgado de Torres is the leader at the moment with Cash second. And I believe that's Vanden Toren out of Point Park in third.
It's a pretty methodical pace right now, Andrew. It doesn't look like anybody, they're just all content to stay within a few meters. Now, Vanden Toren from Point Park, she's kind of drifting back a little bit, or is that?
I think that's actually
Casey Colcom. Yeah, it's Casey Colcom, yes.
Okay.
I was looking for 186, and it's Colcom, who has a time of 2:32.82.
Yeah, Vanden Toren right now is in fourth. We've got our bell lap here.
Now here comes a little bit of the separation that we were talking about.
Yeah, and also, can the second place runner, forgive me for saying it, cash in?
Can she cash in and run her down? The thing about that, the mental part of a race is, so you got Del Torres who's in the lead, and she knows it, but then here's Cash, and she knows Cash is on her inside shoulder.
Right there
she
on
knows
her
her,
heels.
she feels it, and Cash is just sitting back there waiting. I'm going to wait till the last, I'm thinking she's probably going to look at the last 50, 60 meters, something like that, and then try to make her move if she feels like she's got more sprint ability than De Torres has.
Mm-hmm.
So we'll see.
She'll head out to lane 2.
Samantha Cash. Again, a household name here. Can she get the win? They are almost side by side. Samantha Cash
look like
and Laura Delgado de Torres of the University of Charleston.
Casey Colcom, that's the one thing we do know, is third. Those two finished neck and neck. That's going to be one that we have to wait for a time, fellas.
I've never seen a finish like that, Andrew. I just thought there was another 20 or 30 meters left. It looked like the way they were running, there was another 20 or 30 meters left. Here's the finish line. They're just both kind of just going to cross it.
It looked like with 50 meters left that Cash was going to make that move, and she did, to take a small lead. But give a lot of credit there to Delgado de Torres, who just kept fighting
with her. Kind of stayed with her the last 20 or 30 meters.
And there is Cash barely breathing.
Yeah, run 800 meters. Of course, I wouldn't even be breathing after 40 meters. So.
Are you guys kidding? I walked here and was having trouble when I got up the stairs.
Were you in the parking lot? The football parking lot?
Yes.
Okay, the football stadium. Yeah, that's where I had
There's a slight incline there.
All right, but what a race here, guys. Again, now this was the 800 meters for the pentathlon. And there it is, Samantha Cash getting the victory. How about the time difference there?
2/100ths of a second?
Yep.
2:24.36, which would obviously smash the record.
Yes.
To 2:24.38, 2/100ths of a second, separating those two runners.
And Isabel Mastria of Point Park, or make that, forgive me, Frostburg State, finishing fourth there. So great race. A little treat for us there as we had a little something sandwiched in between our 400 meters competition for the men and the women.
We were looking for our sequence of events, and that women's event was kind of tucked up in there, but time-wise it was right.
Yeah, the great Richard Messenger had hand-delivered this to me earlier, so I was keeping it off there and then trying not to forget that it was coming.
Well, I give credit to our camera people here, because as soon as we saw the start line, I said, there's no way that's a 400-meter lineup. There's 12 runners there.
Yeah. You see that replay there of Delgado Torres and Cash just kind of, Del Toro Torres trying to get close to her, but you think how close that was, less than a half of a second.
That was wild.
That's pretty crazy in 800 meters.
Let's talk about the qualifying standards that are put into place for these events, guys. And it varies, obviously, with the event and how things are stacked up. But in this 400 meters for the women, it's 56.66 seconds.
And that's a pretty good time, obviously.
You talked about Samantha Cash earlier, Mark. She's been already dubbed as one of the MEC track athletes of the month, and she's already met the qualifying mark in her event at 35.91. That's the 15th best cumulative point total in the heptathlon for her in the country in D2.
And just an outstanding member of a tradition-rich program, both men and women, at West Virginia Wesleyan. And again, we mentioned our public address announcer for this great indoor track and field meet is Jesse Skiles, who won a boatload of championships there at Wesleyan, guiding the Bobcats. And beautiful Buchanan, home of the Strawberry Festival, which is just around the corner, like a lot of things as we edge closer and closer to spring.
And there's some people just know how to do things well and win. I think you could say that about Coach Jesse Skiles. Of course, his pedigree with his coaching throughout the years is obviously well known, but what he's done with Glenville State University, what he's done with that athletic department has been nothing short of wonderful. And, of course, the facilities they have there are second to none. We've traveled a lot, Mark, you and I, and Jim. We know what places have, and anytime you think about Glenville and the small community there, they are certainly proud of their stuff.
Just some outstanding facilities. That Waco Center is second to none. Just looking at the history of this wonderful Mountain East Conference and just some great institutions. All right, we are off and running here with the first 400-meter dash, Heat 1 of 4. Brooklyn Reynolds of West Liberty and Lotte Zethoff of Point Park, Alexandra Pekic of the University of Charleston, and Maya Clark of the University of Charleston.
Clark with the top time in the heat or the field this year, 56.43.
Very strong coming through that first couple of 100 meters, hitting the brake line, has a really nice rhythm to her stride right now.
Of course, if she's able to hit that mark, that is a meet record. Right now it's set by, again, Puzanker from UC, who set it 2 years ago, 57.30.
Cruising down the straightaway on the far side and across the finish line. Well, we talked about that 56.66.
She's tight.
Under that, I believe.
I think so. I think she eclipsed it. That was with. I know it doesn't. I know they're putting forth a lot of effort, but it didn't see her. I did not see her one bit of that race struggle. Not one bit.
And there you see the number.
Yeah, she got it, or just missed it in terms of the provisional.
Yeah. He said 56.43 was the
56.66. Yeah.
0.66. Sorry.
But there's a race tomorrow.
She'll have another opportunity.
Another opportunity to, and she'll have a little bit more competition in terms of people pushing her and seeing what she has to do. She really ran a strong and very smart race in that heat.
All right. Ready for heat number 2. Isabel Torres of Glenville State will be in lane 3. Cheyenne Wiley will be in lane 4. And then it will be Camelia Hoya of the University of Charleston in lane 3. And Jamie Preston, West Virginia State, will be in lane 4.
And Preston with the best time in this heat, Andrew, at 58.14, which is actually her PR.
Yeah, just a sophomore, so not a whole bunch of races under her belt, but some good times, obviously, for that. Maybe pressed by Hoya here as a 59.64 time.
Dave Hickman getting set to fire the gun, one of the all-time greats in track and field, officiating, one of the all-time great sports writers. Had a chance to visit with Dave here earlier.
Preston has went out pretty strong that first 50 or 60 meters. She looks like she's kind of getting a rhythm now. You got Hoya from UC kind of pushing her. Try to get to that break line before she does so she can zero in on it, see how they cascade down there about the 250 mark.
Cheyenne Wiley is in 3rd out of West Virginia State, and then it's Isabel Torres. A couple of turns to go here, and they'll fly down that back straightaway, and looking strong at the moment from the University of Charleston is Camelia Hoya. Hoya is a senior. Start thinking about those final meets, final times to compete. But on the move here is Preston. And, well, you got that great rivalry between the University of Charleston and West Virginia State. And Preston and Hoya battle to the end.
Just a small kayak distance between the two schools, by the way.
Yeah. And look, I think Preston kind of nudged her right at the end, but Hoya really put up a battle in that last 10 or 15 meters. She was in the lead, and then Preston overtook her coming through that curve, and then she kind of stayed with her. That shows a lot of fortitude on Hoya's part. It's been interesting times there.
Well, very close. They're going to give Hoya the nudge there, 58.75 to 58.80 by Preston.
Well, they both
that's what I get for calling it from across the football field or soccer field or whatever you got here.
You would imagine that both of those times will qualify, though.
Absolutely.
So. All right, heat 3 set to unfold here, and you're going to have Isabel Williams out of Concord. A sophomore will be in lane 3. Dakota Johnson, West Virginia Wesleyan, will be in lane 4. West Virginia State's Jayla Woods will be in lane 5. And Diamond Rush, Point Park, will be in lane 6. Isabel Williams is a sophomore. Dakota Johnson, a junior. Jayla Woods, a freshman. And Diamond Rush is a senior.
And here's an enigma for what we've been watching. Usually the top time in each heat in lane 6. This time, Jayla Woods has the top time in this heat at 58.14. She'll be in lane 5 versus Diamond Rush with 59.62 in lane 6.
Yeah, 3rd of 4 here in the 400-meter dash for the women.
Those are the 2 lanes you'd probably want to focus on. Woods in 5 and Rush in 6 and see how they compare as they come out of this curve and see where they're at.
Diamond Rush at the moment out in front in that far lane. Now they can make the break there, Jim.
They make that break right around the 200, little 220 mark, and then they just funnel down on the inside. I really like the way Woods, her form is just really good right now.
I'll give some credit here to Williams, who has run a 58.41 in her career. Her time this year, 101, is not great, but she is up there.
Now 2 runners battling here. Diamond Rush and Woods for West Virginia State. And across the finish line, Jayla Woods of West Virginia State.
Yeah, I'm pretty safe on that one. I think she did actually nudge her out the end.
Yeah, I think so. Woods, just the last couple of feet of that one took the advantage.
And then 2 more, Andrew, that broke the sub 1 minute mark.
Woods at 58.46, 58.60 qualifying time for Diamond Rush with 1 more heat remaining.
And we have 2 girls in the next heat that have broken 60 seconds. So, unfortunately, having a 6-lane track in an indoor, one of those people are not. Right now, we have, I think, 5.
Yep.
We have five qualifiers that have broke 60 seconds. So if we get 2 more, then one of those is just not. There's not going to be enough room for them in the finals, unfortunately.
So we will have Erica Davis of the University of Charleston lining up in lane 3. Davis is a junior. Qualifying time just slightly over a minute. Paige Marnell of Point Park, Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. In lane 2, also just slightly over a minute. Then Maya Greshner, her teammate, a junior, will be in lane 5. And freshman Deja Curry-Brown out of West Virginia State will be in lane 6. Greshner and Curry-Brown have both broken the minute mark this season.
And once again, the top time in this heat will be in lane 5. That is Greshner. She also has the second best personal best at 58.08 on her career.
Prelims coming up in the women's 60-meter dash. But first, our 4th and final heat of the women's 400-meter dash. Deja Curry-Brown in the widest of lanes, and Maya Greshner.
Greshner looks really relaxed. She looks really relaxed coming right through the break line, and then you had Curry-Brown there from
West Virginia State. Yeah, and here is Greshner now, Jim. She's ready to make that move as they turn the corner there.
Interesting, did not wait until the straight.
No,
Wade just went after it.
And her stride length didn't hurt her any.
Yeah, she's going to stride it out here from the Steel City, where Jim Mahan's son, JJ, now resides. Point Park University. Maya Greshner wins heat number 4 of the women's 400-meter dash.
Well, she didn't look labored on the run, but she's pretty tired now.
She looks like she's pushed it a little bit.
Yep. She's only one to clip a minute there. And her teammate, Paige Marnell, will finish 2nd.
So now the interesting part of it will be
how do they stack
up? How do they stack up?
That's right, because you're all going to be in that lane. And then what's going to get interesting is who's going to bolt out of there and use what energy they have in that 400 to hit that break line to try to get on the inside, because that truly is an advantage when you're coming out of that curve with less than 60, 70 meters to go.
Just looking at the top 4 times, Maya Clark, 56.79, Jayla Woods, 58.46, Camelia Hoya, 58.75, and 59.46 for Greshner. So she is safely in, and then it's all about the qualifiers after that.
Yeah, you actually have 2 people qualifying with Diamond Rush and Jamie Preston at 58.60 and 58.80, which are actually better than Greshner's time. So, you know, how they put them in those positions.
You win your heat, that helps.
Win your heat, that doesn't hurt you.
All right, so the heats for the women's 400 meters, Maya Clark, Jamie Preston, Jayla Woods, and Maya Greshner come away victorious And we look forward to seeing those 4 and others out on the track tomorrow. We will break away here inside the beautiful Chris Klein Complex, the Jeff Small track, as our coverage of the Mountain East Conference Indoor Track and Field Championships on the Mountain East Conference Digital Network rolls on.
For 4 decades, the health plan is called West Virginia Home. It all started with a vision to serve our community with pride and integrity. We've grown alongside West Virginia, becoming part of its fabric. We've been here through thick and thin, supporting local families and businesses. Because at the health plan, we don't just work here, we live here. Proudly serving West Virginia since 1979. Your trusted partner in the community. The health plan. Here for you.
Being a champion takes more than skill, more than endless drills, more than using your head. Being a champion takes the heart to give it your all, the agility to thrive from any angle, and the relentless drive to be the best. Welcome to Division II, where the pursuit is yours to create, and the question isn't, can you do it? It's, will you?
In NCAA Division II, student athletes leave a lasting impression on their communities. That's because Division II student athletes want to make a difference and truly be part of their surrounding communities. Through community engagement, thousands of student athletes from various backgrounds interact with community members who view them as role models. This interaction leaves a positive and perhaps even life-changing impression on all those involved. In Division II, we rise to the opportunity and make community engagement ours.
It starts from the moment you enter the court. We're there to serve, make sure we're creating a fair atmosphere for both teams, upholding the integrity of the game.
I chose to be an official when I was a senior in high school, 17 years old. I think it's the best decision I've made. You could play, and you could make extra money on the weekends on the side, and why not?
In life, things aren't scripted. Games aren't pre-scripted. You know, I got into officiating because my father was an official. Officiating was part of our family life. It wasn't just the game.
Get to be outside, get to experience the game. It's so much more fun. You can get a lot out of it.
If you're an athlete, we need people like you and young athletes who can translate those skills to officiating.
So much of officiating is not necessarily what you do on the court. It's how you conduct business off the court as well. Being an official, sure, it's not easy.
And if it wasn't for those difficulties, I don't think I would be where I'm at, because it helped me become not only a better official, but a better person.
It happens in every town, in every game.
We never have a perfect game, but the rewards always outweigh the negativities.
And it's just been wonderful.
Yeah, Hunter
A great look there
6'7"
at
too.
the
That's his
Chris
PR,
Klein
by the way.
Complex, and it is the Mountain East Conference Indoor Track and Field Championships here on the Mountain East Conference Digital Network. And again, a lot of great bonding with these institutions. Concord University, founded in 1872, Davis and Elkins in 1904, Fairmont State in 1865, Frostburg in 1902, Glenville in 1872, Point Park in 1933. The University of Charleston, which of course started out as Morris Harvey in 1888. West Liberty in 1837. 1891, West Virginia State, West Virginia Wesleyan in 1890, and Wheeling University in 1954. So Wheeling is the young pup here in this wonderful field of Mountain East Conference schools.
Well, the youngest child of the MEC is about 70 or 80 years old. No big deal.
I really like how the MEC has evolved and expanded. And you've got, these teams, some of these teams that you would have never considered years ago, and it's just, I don't think that distance really matters anymore. The teams travel well and they go to different places, and like you guys talked about, there's some great facilities all across the MEC. There's some really top-notch facilities.
Yeah, I read those so fastly, and I was trying to figure out which was the oldest, and it's West Liberty.
Yeah.
That up there on the hill, the picturesque campus there, just a few miles from Wheeling.
Was just there a few weeks ago for the Mountain East Conference Wrestling Championships.
Yeah, and again, you're very partial, but Glenville State wins the title, guided by one of Roane County's very own, where you're from, in Dylan Cottrell, who has just done an amazing job there with the Pioneers.
And we always knew that he was obviously one of the best wrestlers that we had seen, but sometimes wrestling and coaching don't necessarily mix together, but the way he had gone through and had some really good coaching of his own, and he had been all across the nation wrestling. Of course, I think he really knew what he wanted to do with a program, and when he got the opportunity there at Glenville State University, a huge deal for him to start his own program, and just in 4 years. They went from not even having a program to finishing runner-up a couple years ago, and then the champions last year, repeat this year. Just very proud of our young man from – I know he's not young anymore, but he's still young from Roane County, obviously. So,
and the thing about that is, too, with Dylan, he's done a lot of it with West Virginia kids.
Yes, very much so.
Gavin Chiocho, who was a national champ, I believe, there for the Pioneers.
Yeah, Chiocho just having another spectacular year. I know that they're very excited about what he can do here coming up here in the regionals. And they're looking to send some guys to the Nationals. They're ranked second in the nation right now. So Glenville State is on the map, not just locally.
Yeah, we are all looking forward to being back in this town here in a few weeks. We'll be covering the state wrestling tournament through Butch Mounts, our good buddy Video Productions, and the West Virginia Secondary School Activities Commission. But right now we're talking indoor track and field. What have you guys, what's kind of jumped out at you so far?
Well, so far, a couple of records already being broken in speed events. That's number one, and all these in prelims. So we'll look forward to the actual finals races on tomorrow. Should be some really good battles. And we've got another one coming up here when we get ready for this 60-meter dash. We've got two youngsters in the field who have already broken the meet record that was set back in 2023. By Aaron Banks from University of Charleston, 2020. 6.78 seconds was the record. Got two kids here that have a chance to break that.
Yeah, right now you're looking at Hunter Patterson with the best time at 6.72. Now he's a junior, and that's his obviously his PR right there. And he's not in the same heat as Taiwo Babalo Throp from Wesleyan at 6.76. So you're talking about a battle. If those two can get out of the blocks and finish strong, that'll be a really, really tight race.
The thing I love, Mark, in these races, though, is it doesn't matter what you have run. If you get a slow start,
you're done,
or a stumble, that's the milliseconds that will cancel your opportunity.
You don't get a lot of makeup time in a 60-meter dash. So if it's the start is premium, of course, and then you have to run a solid race, and then you just have to drive the finish line. A lot of guys get to that last meter and a half, and I'm finished, and then some guy will lean in and nip them. So, they're literally a chest difference between them.
We're about 8 minutes out of the women's 60-meter dash getting started. Now, there will be 3 heats for the women, so there will be one heat of 6 competitors and then 2 of 7. And then the men will follow, I believe, at 7:45, and that will be 2 heats of 8 runners and 6 runners.
Well, never for us to be aware sometimes. Of course, they dumped the women's pentathlon 800-meter run in on us.
Just threw it in there.
We just
that gave us a chance to see Samantha Cash.
Absolutely.
You know, one of the great runners there and one of the great performers down through the years here in the Mountain East Conference.
Well, Mark, did you get a confirmation on who was starting?
Well, according to the heat sheet provided to me by Dave Hickman, it has the women first and the men second here in the competition for the heats of the 60-meter dash.
Very interesting.
Well, we know one group will be lining up first.
Lydia Clark, Zoe McDonald, Candace Morris, Shannon Farrow, and Diamond Rush. They will be in that first heat. Again, 6 will line up in that first heat.
If it is to be the women, Natira Hobbs from West Virginia Wesleyan owns the record. In fact, she's got the record in the 60 and the 200-meter, both sets in this event in 2023. 7.56 seconds is the time at the top for Natira Hobbs in the 60 meters. So when we look at that top time of 7.56, and you look up and down the lists, there's one that is atop that, and that would be Candace Morris from West Virginia State. And there's a lot of others really close, a lot around that.
Yeah, she's right now, if you look at it, Andrew, she's a 1/10 of a second ahead of Hobbs's record in the indoor meet at 7.46. Hobbs at 7.56. But like you said, there is a host of runners in different heats that are right there. You got Zoe Ledette from State at 7.66. That's tight. Then you have Colette Patty from University of Charleston, 7.69. I mean, that's 3 right there that it's going to come down to how do they get out of that block and how do they finish through the finish, how do they drive through that finish line.
Yeah, the difference between 7.56 and 7.69 is not a lot.
It is not a lot. And I've learned down through the years, you don't call this race, you just wait for the results.
Exactly. All right, I believe we have got confirmation that it will be the men first. Now, that was on the lineup card, but on the sheet that we were given for the competitors, their qualifying times, they just had the times reversed. So they had the women at 7:30 and the men at 7:45, but I think they'll reverse that. But nevertheless,
they're just trying to keep on our toes.
Keep me on my toes while I'm standing up, and you guys are sitting down. All right, so in the 60-meter trials to get it going here, Jan Ray of Wheeling will be in lane 1, Tyrell Brooks of West Virginia State in lane 2, Lucas Anderson out of West Virginia Wesleyan in lane 3, and a guy that we have enjoyed watching run here over the course of time in which we have been following the Mountain East Conference, Timber Usmans, a senior now out of the University of Charleston. He'll line up there in lane 4. Kanami Bryant of West Virginia State will be in lane 5. And then it's Taiwo Babawel Throp of West Virginia Wesleyan in lane 6. He was a standout at Buchanan Upshur and stayed right there in that beautiful city to continue competing in the sport he loves, and he's a talent. Then it will be senior Bruce Williams from Glenville State and Akeem Mustafa of Point Park in lane 8. Mustafa already today with a victory in field event competition. So those will be the 8 lining up here, and should be an excellent Heat 1 race.
Last year's winner of this event from Frostburg State was Kayvon Turner, a time of 6.95. He has moved on to bigger, better things. And again, Throp with the top time in this heat of 7.67 or 6.76. Second time I've done that.
That's okay, Andrew. That is the ranked as the 29th fastest 60-meter dash time in the country in D2. So, and of course, obviously, that is a school record, and that meets the NCAA provisional.
Now the guys getting set here to compete, and Babawel Throp of Wesleyan there in the orange with the number 6 and number 282. Again, he's joined in this race by teammate Lucas Anderson. So this field of 8 runners, you have 6 sophomores, 2 seniors.
Yeah, lots of youth.
And you notice when you look down through those times, Andrew, a lot of those times they see are PRs right now.
Yes.
And as they should be. As we're getting closer, we're getting to the end of the season, they should be running their best times of the year. They should be.
Again for the men, 2 heats. For the women in the 60-meter dash prelims, we'll have 3 heats.
And, Mark, we can't stress enough how important the start is. You know, when you only have that 60 meters, that's not very far. You don't have a lot of time to make up. And, of course, you're not allowed to do you're not allowed to guess on the start because they can, if they're using the FAT, and I don't know if they're using them in the starting, it doesn't look like they're hooked up. What I mean by that is when the blocks are hooked up and they have the electronic timing system in the block, you cannot anticipate. And if you anticipate within 3/100ths of a second, you false start. Even though the human eye cannot detect it, they will count it as a false start.
That's just cruel, by the way.
That's technology at its best, guys. That the human body cannot react within 3/100ths of a second from a sound to the muscles, apparently. So.
You know, it was Dr. Jim Mayhew over here, by the way.
All right. My cell phone says it's 7:30. We are getting close, and you can just kind of feel the crowd.
Everybody loves these. They love these because they're short and they're fast and they're full of energy.
Everybody loves speed.
A full field of 8. There's no place to put another runner on this 8-lane track.
Got a good start. Babilo Throp did.
Babilo, Throp, and
Usmans was right there.
Usmans was there with him.
Well, 2 great ones here in the Mountain East Conference.
We
sort it out here.
We will be like Schultz. We say nothing until we get the results.
Love that they do get these results so quickly.
There you go.
It will be
Babilo Throp.
6.80, holding off Timber Usman's 6.86.
6/100ths. That's awful tight. That, could be made up, of course, in a start or a finish. So it'll be interesting. See how that one lays out compared to this heat coming up.
Yes.
Boy, what a find. Not really a find, but a get for Wesleyan's program. That young man with a lot of talent. And to compete there at Buchanan Upshur High School and just stay right there and continue his running career. And not only West Virginia Wesleyan delighted, but so is the Mountain East Conference.
Absolutely.
All right, Jaking, St. Louis, freshman out of West Virginia State. Massimo Pintano of Charleston will be in lane 2. Caden Trotter of West Virginia State's in lane 3. Hunter Patterson, the junior from West Liberty, in lane 4. Evan Daniels of Charleston is in lane 5. Zachary Parsons is in lane 6. Juan Barrera of Point Park is in lane 7. And in lane 8 out of West Virginia State, Ronnie Matthews.
Obviously, the one to look at would be in lane 4. Hunter Patterson has the best time in the entire field, but look out for Massimo Pintano. We saw him earlier in the 60-meter hurdles prelims. He actually broke a meet record in that first event.
And you got Trotter there in lane 3 at 6.81. I mean, he's not too far behind Patterson, so this could be a real interesting battle.
So we have 1 senior, 1 junior, and then 3 sophomores and 3 freshmen. So a lot of guys we're going to be seeing
Youth
for a while.
Absolutely.
Barrera is the lone senior. Patterson is the junior. St. Louis and Pantano in lanes 1 and 2. They are both freshmen. Daniels is a freshman in lane 5.
Watch out for Parsons maybe in lane 6 from UC. Good qualifying time, 6.83.
Gun is fired. And Patterson, the young man out of West Liberty, grew up in Chester, home of the world's largest teapot. And the young man from Chester, I'm going to tell you what, he is ripped and he has speed to burn.
Yeah, that was a really good, solid run from him. A great start from him. Good push through the finish. I have no doubt that he's going to be right there.
Oh, and what a time. 6.69 seconds.
Wow.
That will break the record if it is official, and it will smash it by a full tenth of a second.
Yeah.
Trotter comes in second. Pantano was third.
That was fast.
Daniels picks up the 4th spot. Oh, but I mean, Hunter Patterson, as good as all those guys are in that field, I mean, Patterson just a step above the rest. Parsons, you mentioned him, Andrew, there. He comes up 5th. And he's a sophomore out of the University of Charleston. St. Louis, the freshman, getting his first taste here of the Mountain East Conference indoor track and field competition. Matthews and Barrera wrap up that second of 2 heats. And it was Hunter Patterson, the winner. So we will now move on to the women's 60-meter dash. And again, here we're going to have 3 heats, guys.
Yeah, more runners in this one. I enjoy that. More chance to see some of the speed to burn here in this women's 60 meters. All-time record held by Natira Hobbs from West Virginia Wesleyan College, 7.56 seconds. She set that back in 2023 in this event.
We do have a runner in the first heat, Andrew, that has topped that time in Candace Morris.
Morris, tremendous young lady. Remember watching her excel. Speaking of Charleston coming up, remember watching her excel in the West Virginia High School State Track and Field Meet for years.
She's carried her talents fairly close to where Laidley is.
So we've got a little bit of a gap between our women's 60-meter dash in 3 heats coming up here and our men's prelims that just unfolded. And we will break away here. We shall return inside the Chris Klein Athletic Complex. They're competing on the Jeff Small track. You're watching live coverage of the Mountain East Conference Indoor Track and Field Championships on the Mountain East Conference Digital Network.
For 4 decades, the health plan is called West Virginia Home. It all started with a vision to serve our community with pride and integrity. We've grown alongside West Virginia, becoming part of its fabric. We've been here through thick and thin, supporting local families and businesses. Because at the health plan, we don't just work here, we live here. Proudly serving West Virginia since 1979. Your trusted partner in the community. The health plan. Here for you.
Being a champion takes more than skill, more than endless drills, more than using your head. Being a champion takes the heart to give it your all, the agility to thrive from any angle, and the relentless drive to be the best. Welcome to Division II, where the pursuit is yours to create, and the question isn't, can you do it? It's will you?
In NCAA Division II, student athletes leave a lasting impression on their communities. That's because Division II student athletes want to make a difference and truly be part of their surrounding communities. Through community engagement, thousands of student athletes from various backgrounds interact with community members who view them as role models. This interaction leaves a positive and perhaps even life-changing impression on all those involved. In Division II, we rise to the opportunity and make community engagement ours.
It starts from the moment you enter the court. We're there to serve, make sure we're creating a fair atmosphere for both teams, upholding the integrity of the game.
I chose to be an official when I was a senior in high school, 17 years old. I think it's the best decision I've made. You could play, and you could make extra money on the weekends on the side, and why not?
In life, things aren't scripted. Games aren't pre-scripted. I got into officiating because my father was an official. Officiating was part of our family life. It wasn't just the game.
Get to be outside, get to experience the game. It's so much more fun. You can get a lot out of it.
If you're an athlete, we need people like you and young athletes who can translate those skills to officiating.
So much of officiating is not necessarily what you do on the court. It's how you conduct business off the court as well. Being an official, sure, it's not easy.
And if it wasn't for those difficulties, I don't think I would be where I'm at, because it helped me become not only a better official, but a better person.
It happens in every town, in every game.
We never have a perfect game, but the rewards always outweigh the negativities.
And it's just been wonderful.
You are watching live coverage of the Mountain East Conference Indoor Track and Field Championships on the Mountain East Conference Digital Network. Delighted to have all of you with us from the Jeff Small Track Inside, the beautiful Chris Klein Athletic Complex on the campus of Marshall University in Huntington, West Virginia, along with championship coach Jim Mahan, Andrew Miller. I'm Mark Martin. Delighted to have you with us. Butch Mounts at the controls with our great crew. We salute our great coaches of the Mountain East Conference, Andrew, with Nick Bias at the University of Charleston, Mikey Cox at Concord, Jason Piles at Davis and Elkins, Ballard Suter of Frostburg, Glenville's Dan Myers, Tim Kramer of Point Park, Kelsey Chambers of West Virginia Wesleyan, Jason Falvo of West Liberty, Wheeling's Patrick Stanton, and John Boysette of West Virginia State. Some great programs here competing over the next 2 days, trying to bring back to their respective school an indoor track and field championship in the MEC.
Looking forward to tomorrow. Never want to get ahead of ourselves, but these prelims just set the stage for things that will happen tomorrow. We've had some close battles in some races in the prelims, though, that really get you excited about what will happen tomorrow with some of these runners going at each other again who qualify for tomorrow's finals.
See our lineup here for the first of 3 heats in the women's 60-meter trials. Lydia Clark of the University of Charleston, Zoe McDonald of West Virginia State University, Candace Morris of West Virginia State University, Shannon Farrow of Wheeling, and Diamond Rush of Point Park. At the men's 60 meters a moment ago, prelims, as you said, setting the table for tomorrow here in Huntington.
And Hunter Patterson breaking the meet record in his qualifier. Taiwo Babawal Throp right behind him, qualifying at 6.80. We're going to see Caden Trotter, Timber Huseman, Massimo Pintano, Evan Daniels, and Zachary Parsons, as well as Akeem Mustafa in tomorrow's final.
Qualifying standard, 7.63 seconds for this event.
That would be good enough for Candace Morris, who has a 7.46 this year. Again, that is better than the meet record that it was set back in 23 by Natira Hobbs from West Virginia Wesleyan. So a chance that we could see another meet record fall. A lot of meet records have already fallen in just the first few events that we have had.
All right, as we mentioned a moment ago, once you get close to the start of these speed events. And again, all of the spectators seated across the way. We have a great view. We're up high above here inside the Chris Klein Athletic Complex. Looking down, I guess I'm not sure what turn it would be because it's a different turn for various events. I'm going to say turn 3. Does that work?
I'll
Maybe
take
turn
that.
2. I think turn 2 would be the appropriate turn as we look down across the way there. You see the competitors for this first of 3 heats. Again, Clark, McDonald, Morris, Farrow, and Rush. University of Charleston, West Virginia State, Wheeling, and Point Park. Gun fired. And racing to the finish. And no real surprise.
I was always interested in the way that she ran the speed races. She always seems to have a lean forward no matter what. Even in the 100-meter dashes that she used to run, she was always leaning forward a little bit. You never got her to stand straight up. Hey, it works. She blitzes the time, and that's a meet record, by the way. That's a personal best and a meet record, unofficially 7.42.
And we think about Candace. We saw her in high school, but boy, it's just seeing the development of her body now. A couple of years in a collegiate program, and just a lot of people think about running and they don't think about the weight program aspect of it. And well, she has just really chiseled her body, and she is going to be spectacular. Just a sophomore, already is spectacular, but impressive race for Candace Morris. All right, so now we'll have Deja Riles of Wheeling, the senior, will be in lane 2. Valerie Boards, the junior from Frostburg, will be in lane 3. And then it's Colette Patty of the University of Charleston in lane 4. Kyra Ross of West Liberty in lane 5, a sophomore. Talia McAllister of West Virginia State in lane 6. And Alexandra Pekic, senior from the University of Charleston, in lane 7.
Top time in this heat is from Colette Patty, 7.69 seconds.
Gun fired. Boy, what a battle across the way. And I believe it is going to be Ross there in lane 5, Andrew.
Yeah, her top time just 5/100ths of a second off of Patty, so you knew that was probably going to be the battle in this race. Patty had a great start, but then Ross, I think the final 30 meters of that race, Ross really came on strong.
All right, there you see the times being distributed here.
Close again, separated by 1/100th of a second.
So we have one more heat here in the women's 60-meter dash. And Ashante Grace of West Virginia State will line up in lane 2. And then Ayanna Woods of West Virginia Wesleyan in lane 3. Then you have Zoe Ledette, West Virginia State in lane 4. Isabel Mastria of Frostburg is in lane 5. And then you're going to have Ivy Martinez de la Paz out of Glenville is in lane 6. And in lane 7 from West Liberty is Sierra Lanham.
But at the top time in this heat at 7.66 seconds. Second best is going to be right beside her in lane 3 with Ayanna Woods from Wesleyan. 7.87.
little bit different perspective when you're actually down there on a track, see how fast they actually run. Candace Moore, I could just barely, it just blurred by me as I was going. I know she was just cooking down the lane.
And we talked about her, Jim, Andrew and I did, just of how she always appears to be leaning as she's running.
She's got a body posture where it has her whole body frame going forward.
Gun fired. And it looks to be Ledette.
And Ledette may be followed by Woods, but I'll tell you out in lane 7, Sierra Lanham from West Liberty looking very strong in that one. Would be surprised if she didn't take second, and it shows that she does.
Good eyeball there, Andrew.
It's rare that people say that to me. 7.67 for Ledette. That's a really nice time.
I think you're hard to appreciate just how athletic Candace Morris is when you see her. She's just so strong a runner, and her stature isn't, she doesn't have that lean, long stride, but man, she's got power in those legs.
She showed it. I don't know if you saw the official or unofficial.
I did not see the time, but I saw her blur by the finish.
So it's just a 7.46 was her qualifier, which was better than the all-time record.
Okay.
She ran unofficially a 7.42 in the prelims. So
it looked at every bit of that.
If it holds true, then it will be that'll be a meet record for Candace Morris, just as a sophomore.
Bright future for that young lady as well.
Well, we are going to leave the speed momentarily, move into distance competition. Men's 5,000 meters coming up, and that is set to go off at 8 o'clock. Getting a lot of prelims here on day number 1 of this 2025 Mountain East Conference Women's and Men's Indoor Track and Field Championships. And so one of the finals that we have here on this day 1 when it comes to running, and again it will be the men's 5,000 meters. It's going to be followed by the men's 200-meter prelims, and then the women's 5,000 meters, then back to the women's 200-meter prelims, and then men's distance medley relay and the women's distance medley relay to close out day number 1 here inside the beautiful Chris Klein Complex in Huntington on the campus of Marshall University.
For 4 decades, the health plan is called West Virginia Home. It all started with a vision to serve our community with pride and integrity. We've grown alongside West Virginia, becoming part of its fabric. We've been here through thick and thin, supporting local families and businesses. Because at the health plan, we don't just work here, we live here. Proudly serving West Virginia since 1979. Your trusted partner in the community, the health plan. Here for you.
Being a champion takes more than skill, more than endless drills, more than using your head. Being a champion takes the heart to give it your all, the agility to thrive from any angle, and the relentless drive to be the best. Welcome to Division 2, where the pursuit is yours to create, and the question isn't, can you do it? It's will you?
In NCAA Division II, student athletes leave a lasting impression on their communities. That's because Division II student athletes want to make a difference and truly be part of their surrounding communities. Through community engagement, thousands of student athletes from various backgrounds interact with community members who view them as role models. This interaction leaves a positive and perhaps even life-changing impression on all those involved. In Division II, we rise to the opportunity and make community engagement ours.
It starts from the moment you enter the court. We're there to serve, make sure we're creating a fair atmosphere for both teams, upholding the integrity of the game.
I chose to be an official when I was a senior in high school, 17 years old. I think it's the best decision I've made. You could play, and you could make extra money on the weekends on the side, and why not?
In life, things aren't scripted. Games aren't pre-scripted. You know, I got into officiating because my father was an official. Officiating was part of our family life. It wasn't just a game.
Get to be outside, get to like experience the game. It's so much more fun. You can get a lot out of it.
If you're an athlete, we need people like you and young athletes who can translate those skills to officiating.
So much of officiating is not necessarily what you do on the court. It's how you conduct business off the court as well. Being an official, sure, it's not easy.
And if it wasn't for those difficulties, I don't think I would be where I'm at, because it helped me become not only a better official, but a better person.
It happens in every town, in every game.
We never have a perfect game, but the rewards always outweigh the negativities.
And it's just been wonderful.
You are watching live coverage of the Mountain East Conference Indoor Track and Field Championships on the Mountain East Conference Digital Network. We are getting set for distance competition. The men's 5,000 meters will unfold here. And we talk about grueling events, and this is as grueling as it gets, guys.
Yeah, you're talking about a little over 3 miles indoors, and you got a lot of turns with those bodies. You got 16 plus laps to cover this, and there's a lot of mental to it, Andrew.
You know, in an indoor race, of course, there's so many turns, and again, you're running a long distance race, so it's not that important. But just a little bit of lean constantly really can get to you in a 16-lap race like this. And again, you're so used to, if you're a distance runner, you're used to running either outdoors
right,
or cross country. This is a confined space that can really wear on you mentally.
Well, the other part, too, and you made a good point, that you feel like just about the time you come out of the curve in an indoor and you got what little straight you have, you're back in another curve. So you're constantly torquing against your knees and your hips and that lean into the curve. And because these guys are not just on a Sunday stroll. They're covering 3 miles in less than 15 minutes. You know, and that's a pretty good clip. You know, you've got 6 or 7 runners in this field that are running a sub 5-minute mile, you know, to put it in perspective. And they're doing it indoors, so which makes it even more impressive.
It's pretty close to my records, but what are
just
they
few seconds
off,
right?
laughing for? I can run quick.
Hey, you ran across country.
Reed
so
Amos is looking at me like, what? I wasn't always large.
Reed was suggesting he was pedaling and not actually running.
He didn't know me when I ran across the country.
That's right. Andrew ran across country for the Wounded Warriors Project. What year was that, Andrew, now?
2011.
2011. Wow.
Good for you, buddy.
It's been 14 years.
Wow.
I can still remember you crossing, I guess, what your designated finish line right there in front of the Roane County Courthouse in Spencer. That was an incredible feat. You and your mom.
Crazy.
That's outstanding.
Now, your mom did not run, but she had the motorhome, right?
She drove the conversion van, which we called Super Van, and she was, I tell you what, of everybody there, she was a champion. To put up with me for 5 months in a cramped van, probably at my most cranky. Yeah, it was tough.
How many pairs of shoes?
6 pairs of shoes.
6 pairs of shoes, wow.
6 pairs of shoes.
This is unbelievable.
I was going to bronze a pair of them, but she refused to let me because they smelled so bad. So I had to get rid of all of them.
Throw them out the door.
Yep.
They're all gone.
She said, the moment's over. Get rid of those shoes, please.
We look at this event here, guys, and Logan Zucchelli was the winner of this event a season ago. Talked about him setting that state record at the high school level, breaking the record of his head coach, Mikey Cox.
Yeah, he's been tremendous in his career, a senior this year. This year has not been the greatest, obviously, for him as far as his season best. Now, last year when he won this event, guys, he ran a 14:15:33, which is just 5 seconds off of the all-time record at this meet set by Joshua Chepkashir from UNC Pembroke, who is no longer a member of the conference.
Right.
Set that back in 2020 at 14:09:31. But Zucchelli's best time this year is just 15:04:44. Now, take that with a grain of salt, because it's almost like, well, you're looking forward to this event and you may put your best foot forward in this event. Maybe he didn't run it so many times this year. You're not really sure how it broke down for him, but we do know that he is more than capable of going low and challenging for this title once again to try to repeat. Now, to do that, he's got some really good runners in this event with him. Look at Cosmas Chilanga from UC. His personal best and his record he set this year, just a freshman, 14:11 and some change.
Yeah.
So he is obviously going to be very, very good this year. And then you look again at a couple of other ones. Jan Thieves from D&E has run a 14:15:65 this year. So you got some guys in there that can go really low.
Yeah, you're right. And the thing about Zucchelli is, he could have had some nagging things all year long and really not been pushing himself. But like you said, Andrew, saving himself for this event because this is the championships.
All right, so Carter McKenna out of Davis and Elkins, Robert Allen of West Liberty, Luke McKenna of Point Park, Corey Chobalak of the University of Charleston, Davis and Elkins is Andrew Bowen, Braden Ward of Concord, Zane Chalker of the University of Charleston, Cosmas Chilanga of the University of Charleston, Connor Allison of Davis and Elkins, Alex Irvin of Concord, Glenville State's Patrick Riley, and then you have Jan Thieves of Davis and Elkins, Charleston's Brady Miller, Gabe Conder, Jordan Thomas, and again, Logan Zucchelli making up the field. Zucchelli, a young man who competed at Fairmont Senior, and just, you look at his bio and just they kind of ran out of room there on the website to put all that data down, but certainly one thing that jumps out, just an all-Atlantic regional performer.
Yeah, his career has you never know with people who stay in state and stay in the conference what's going to happen with them. But his career has obviously been a tremendous success at the Mountain East Conference level.
And you see Zane Chalker there.
Followed by Thieves from D&E, Carter McKenna, Jordan Thomas. A lot of D&E runners there in the top 5. In fact, 4 right behind Chalker, all from D&E right now.
You very rarely see that formation, too. You very rarely see that formation, Andrew, where they're all just strung out there within a stride or two from first to last. It's very rare that happens. I think, of course, when you're talking about this type of distance with 5,000 meters, they're just trying to feel it out to see, okay, at what point do you feel good and just keep going and open up a little bit. So, that should probably be coming up after about the 4th or 5th lap. They should start separating themselves a little bit.
That's what I always love about these distance races is somebody going to challenge the field early? Is somebody going to kind of get in the heads of other people with a really fast first split? Or is it going to be bunched 16 deep for about 3 or 4 or 5 or 6 laps? Right now, Chalker is leading the way. He had a really nice 1:26.50 to begin.
5 seniors, 5 juniors, 3 sophomores, and 3 freshmen make up the field of 16 here in this men's 5,000 meters. Zucchelli, one of those seniors.
Taking a look at a couple of the favorites we mentioned, Zucchelli back in 7th right now. Chilanga is trying to make up some ground here. He started back in 15th place, but he has really made up some room in that first lap. He went from 15th all the way up to 4th really quickly.
Isaac Prather won this event in 2023 out of Concord. So Concord has captured the title of this 5,000-meter event for the men here in this indoor track and field championships of the Mountain East Conference the past 2 seasons.
We see just a little bit of a gap between those first 5, and then you've got another cluster of 3 behind them. Actually, there's 6 there, but if you really count there's really about 9 or 10 that are within 5 or 6 meters of the lead.
You talk about Jan Thieves, and you speak of great distance runners. Jason Piles, his head coach there at D&E.
I'm sure what Chalker was doing there out front. He was.
But Chalker was actually waving. I thought I saw the gesture, Andrew, where he was waving, hey, you guys, come on. Come on, I'm tired of leading. He's probably one of those guys that he doesn't mind being in the lead, but he doesn't like running in the lead. So, he's wanting them to overtake him, and then he stay with their pace. Of course, he can always just slow down. That's option number 2.
Well, it's Chalker, and then, as you see, the 4 D&E runners, and mixed in between them, Chilanga, sitting in 4th at the moment.
Chalker out of Hagerstown, Maryland. 4th best time in the Mountain East Conference coming in. 4th best time in the 3,000 meters coming in. He was a first-team All-Mountain East Conference performer 3 different times, and 3 different times he has been a first-teamer All-Region in cross-country.
Chalker giving plenty of room there for Jordan Thomas to take over lead. We'll see if Thomas's teammates just try to follow in. I'm not sure if Chalker was waiting for Chilanga to get to the outside with him.
I think so, yeah. He probably wanted to run with, run with his teammate. Waiting on Chilanga to get up there with Chalker. So, hey, guys, let's do a little strategy. You got 5,000 meters, so when you have 2 runners like that, you can kind of dictate. He's trying to tell him, get up here. We want to box him in. If we can get him boxed in, then we can set the pace.
6 runners in this race out of Davis and Elkins. And now Davis and Elkins came into this indoor track and field championships of the MEC looking to score a high number of points in the distance events, not only for the men but also for the women, but certainly for the men. So they've got a lot of scoring potential, and Jordan Thomas, who leads the way, he's one of those in which they will depend on to try to rack up points here for the Senators. And when you talk about these campuses and these areas where these schools are, another word that always just comes out to me, and certainly it applies to Elkins, is picturesque.
Absolutely. Oh, yeah. They've got the greatest places to run. The outside, that's why cross country they're so good as well. Distance runners galore. I tell you, I've not seen as much chatting as I have from Zane Chalker to his teammate Chilanga. I mean, he was really emphatic about Chilanga getting in front of him.
Getting up there.
And trying to force him to get there and get out in front and start pacing this field. And you see nothing but D&E jerseys right behind those 2 UC leaders. You've got
a cluster there of about 4 of them.
Thomas, Andrew Bowen, Jan Thieves, Carter McKenna, Gabe Conder, and Connor Allison all up there in that pack, leading the way. Also, you've got Zucchelli up there.
Yeah, Zucchelli's kind of hanging back, but he's staying with them. So that's promising for him.
We talked about Davis and Elkins, what they're hoping to accomplish here in this 2025 indoor track and field competition. We are just about a block away from the Cam Henderson Center, and Cam Henderson, once upon a time, was a coach at Davis and Elkins. Won 220 games in basketball, 81 in football, and his teams beat the likes of WVU, Army, Fordham, Villanova, George Washington, and Navy.
Wow.
And then, of course, came on to have great success at Marshall University. So great history here, and Marshall's men's and women's basketball teams have 2 games each at the Cam Henderson Center this coming week to wrap up the regular season before making the move down to Pensacola, Florida, which sounds great at this time, although it's not too bad here in the Tri-State today. The sun was out to compete in the Sun Belt Conference tournament.
All right, now a little bit of separation between the front four. You got Chilonga in first, and then the battle between Jordan Thomas and Zane Chalker. Right behind them is Jan Thieves from D&E. And then there's a bit of separation now, Jim, between that first group and then the second group.
And you got about a 10 to 12 meter separation. And now what you're going to get is probably some more separation, because now they're going to start dictating. Here comes the chess match to see at what point are you going to set up the pace to see what you have left in the tank when you come down to the last, let's say last 400 or 500 meters.
Down the straightaway here they come.
Starting to develop even more separation between that second group. That second group still with 3 D&E runners, and then you've got Braden Ward and Logan Zucchelli.
Well, Chilonga out of Kenya. Second best time in school history in the 3,000. And top time in the 5,000 meters. Divisional time of 14:11.65 for Cosmas Chilonga.
And again, Mark, that is just 2 seconds off this meet record. Joshua Kepshier from UNC Pembroke back in 2020. Now we're going to see for the first time a change in the lead. It's going to be Jordan Thomas taking over.
Well, Thomas, one of those guys we mentioned, Andrew, that came to Huntington here hoping to help pile up the points. So Chilonga second, Chalker third.
And you've got Andrew Bowen, in fourth. Bowen, a freshman. Last 2 split times, both D&E runners have the top splits. Thomas, then Bowen, followed by Chalker. Chilonga has stepped back just a tiny bit here, but he is still in second. And again, Jim, as you said, this is going to get very, very interesting in the next 3 or 4 laps here. It's going to get really crazy up front.
Yeah, they started out there, when you look at a lap or so ago, there was about a 5 or 6 second differential. Now it's up to about 8 or 9 on the second differential between that first group and the second group. So our contenders, or the ones that are vying for it, you're looking at that group right there. The 2 UC runners and the 2 D&E runners. That's where your championship's going to come from.
Chilonga looking to his right and left, waiting for somebody, and it's going to end up being Bowen who makes the move now. Bowen putting on the gas pedal here.
Bowen trying to open his stride a little bit and try to cover a little bit of ground. He's looking back there. A little early to be doing that, I think.
I was going to say, is this mind games, or is this Bowen just feeling good?
I don't know whether he feels like he's feeling it right now. I think they're on around lap 10 of 16. I'm just guessing. I haven't seen a lap count chart there, but he should be. They should be closing in on three or so minutes left in the race. Actually, a little bit less than that. We got a running clock of 12:12 right now.
And Chilonga right up there, just to try to get up there even with Bowen. So coached by Jason Piles. Jason, a native of Gallipolis Ferry, West Virginia, went to Point Pleasant High School and then attended Marshall University and enjoyed great success. He was also a walk-on member of the Thundering Herd basketball team, so he was a great athlete at Marshall University and certainly at Point Pleasant High School, so he knows a thing or two about distance running and just has an outstanding crew. And he said, our men are going to battle with all they got, many doubling, tripling, and even quadrupling to see if we can battle our way to the conference team runner-up trophy, which would be by far our highest track team finish ever fourth has been the best. If it happened, it would be quite the storyline to pull it off as an almost entirely distance program to pile up those points.
Well, one interesting thing is when we saw Bowen make that big, strong move, I'm not sure if that was just to try to separate himself from Chilanga and Chalker, but they did not fall for it. They stayed patient, and now they're turning it on. Chalker's been hanging back there a little bit ever since he told Chilanga to get in front of him, and now looking at the final move that they are starting to make, see if Bowen's got any more in the tank as you hear the bell.
Here we go. One left to go.
See what kind of speed that Chalker will have.
We got different builds here too, don't you guys?
You got stride length versus that compact stride, but the tempo on the stride. How many times now he's starting to take a look back on that back stretch to see. And then the other thing you got to be careful about when you're looking back is the runners that you're going around right now.
Yeah, there's some traffic coming
here.
Yeah,
there's some traffic there.
Yeah, and Cosmas Chilanga separating himself a little bit now and showing great strength. Looks back momentarily. Cosmas Chilanga of the University of Charleston will take the 5,000 meters here inside the Chris Klein Athletic Complex.
Well, a tremendous run from start to finish. I'm not sure at the end of that race if Bowen didn't make up the ground on Chalker or not. That was very
tight,
close.
Very tight there at the finish line.
Well, all it took was a little bit of nudging from his teammate, though, before Chilanga got up front.
Get yourself up there and get going. trying to encourage his teammate.
Unofficially, 14:32.05 for the freshman, and a first ever championship for Cosmas Chilanga.
And what Jason Piles was hoping for, I think he got, wouldn't you say? Because he's got the next three positions there, 2, 3, and 4.
100%. Those guys were running really well. Even though the separation happened about midway through the race, they stayed within themselves, did all the D&E runners, and picked up big points.
Thieves did finish second at 14:33 on that nudge right at the end from D&E.
Great finish there for the senior from Davis and Elkins. And again, as you mentioned, they were all up there. Chalker will finish third.
Love the distance runners too. You've grinded it out. You've ran hard. Now the big smile, and then just casually looked at his watch.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. What did I run? Oh yeah. Well, okay.
The young man, it always impresses me when you see these athletes who are performing here, the friendships they're making, and they are so far from home. There's a young man from Kenya.
Mm-hmm.
Well, making things happen here as just a freshman, and again, bright future ahead of that young man, picking up his first indoor championship.
I'll tell you what impressed me about Chilanga is he never looked taxed.
No.
All the way through the race, he never looked taxed. He just looked relaxed. He wasn't straining. He wasn't, his head wasn't going back and forth. He didn't lose his form. That's a testament to his training. It's also a testament to his talent as well.
Numbers still coming in from the rest of the race. We do know that Chilanga is the champion. We know that.
Certainly good point production there for Davis and Elkins.
There you go, 2, 3, 4. That's not too bad.
Patrick Riley of Glenville with a nice performance there. And look there as they continue to punch out those numbers from the grueling men's 5,000 meter final.
Yeah, these numbers, as you see, are going to continue to change. Other than the top two, from there on out, you're going to see numbers popping up and moving up and down. Once they get all of the official numbers, then you'll show you a comparative breakdown of all of the final numbers.
Like you said earlier, Andrew, you got Cosmas Chilanga. His position isn't going to change. He came in with his split time. Of course, he had 5:09 per mile. There's what he was running, and just closely behind him, Thieves from D&E at 5:10. So that tells you how close they were, running 5,000 meters, a little over 3 miles, and only a second separate their splits.
Yeah, still waiting for Chalker's number to pop up here. It's not official yet. He was, I believe, in third. There it is. So he pops up in third, just a about a second behind Thieves.
Yeah, he got him right at the finish line.
And then Bowens will be another one we've got to see pop up there. And once that's official, then we'll be able to tell you the exact finishes.
And then we will move into more speed competition. Men's 200 meters. And we will have 4 heats for the 200 meters coming up on the men's side. Then we're going to get right back into another final here with the women's 5,000 meter.
There are your official numbers now and your official times with the finishes.
You're watching live coverage of the Mountain East Conference Indoor Track and Field Championships on the Mountain East Conference Digital Network, along with championship coach Jim Mahan, Andrew Miller, Rich Mounts at the controls, and our great crew of Mark Martin. Delighted all of you could be with us here from inside the Chris Klein Athletic Complex, named for the late, great Chris Klein, native of Beckley, who this university meant so much to Chris. Lost Chris a few years back, and he was a Thundering Herd fan through and through.
Absolutely.
In saluting our outstanding coaches here for these programs, Nick Bias of the University of Charleston, Mikey Cox of Concord, Jason Piles of Davis and Elkins, Ballard Suter of Frostburg, Dan Myers of Glenville, Point Park's Tim Kramer, Kelsey Chambers of West Virginia Wesleyan, Jason Falvo of West Liberty, Patrick Stanton of Wheeling, and John Boisette of West Virginia State. And it's neat, too, when you see the programs and kind of how, we're looking at Davis and Elkins and really relying on the distance guys. And you look at State's program, and, boy, it's all about speed.
It's all about speed at State. So certain schools get reputations for based upon the talent that they have. Of course, as you know, D&E always has a rich tradition. If you remember back in the old days, they used to run the state track meet at Davis and Elkins. And you talking about a grueling.
Or the cross country, you mean?
Or the cross country.
Yeah, you ran through water there.
you ran through water twice there, and I can tell you it was not warm.
I can remember seeing those runners, and I mean, snow was flying there in the mountains. Of course, that's either late October, early November, maybe the first weekend in November or the last weekend in October, typically when that is. And it was a taxing course for high school runners, no doubt about it. Of course, now the State High School cross-country event staged just a few miles from here on the campus of Cabell Midland High School. All right, guys, here we go. Cohen Arbogast of Frostburg State, Juan Vera of Point Park, and Timber Usman of Charleston, and Royal Salmon of West Virginia Wesleyan. And darting out, a guy we've talked about a lot through the years, Timber Huseman, and he will take first place in heat number 1 here of the men's 200 meters.
Well, there's so much speed in this event, guys. There are 5 times that are sub the previous meet record in this event, and it's amazing. So Huseman's has run a 20.97. He's going sub 21 seconds in this event. His best time this year, 21:15, would still be better than the 200-meter record set by Aaron Banks from UC in 2020 at 21:60. You've also got Hunter Patterson is going below it. You've got Taiwo Babawal Throp has below the top time. You've got Caden Trotter, who's below the top time. And here's one for you, Royal Salmon, who was in that first heat.
It's in that first heat.
In 6th. His qualifying time here, 22:35, but he's run a 21:45.
Huseman, you saw him there, kind of taking a break. How about this? He only started running about 3 or 4 years ago. Played rugby since the time he was 5 years old. I mean, he is a talent.
The Belgian.
And he's tough, too.
Yeah.
So that rugby will toughen you up.
Well,
nothing's going to phase him on the track.
Yeah, you don't run against anything but air, when you're out there on the track. But Huseman's, he didn't have any trouble in that first heat at all, did he, Andrew?
Not one bit at all. Looked very strong throughout and won that one going away.
Konami Bryant of West Virginia State, Roberto Agrizzi of the University of Charleston. Hunter Patterson we'll see for a second time here, and Bruce Williams. Those are the four making up this heat number 2 of the men's 200 meters. Bryant from West Virginia State, Agrizzi from Charleston, Patterson from West Liberty, and Williams from Glenville. Big opportunity here for Agrizzi.
Very much so after faulting on that first opportunity this evening in his final year. I'd like to see him qualify if possible. By the way, Huseman's did break the record.
All right, Hunter Patterson gaining the early edge here. And now come down the back straightaway. Hunter Patterson leaving the field. Second is Agrizzi. But Hunter Patterson, the product of Oak Glen High School in Chester, wins a second trial here on this day 1 of the Mountain East Conference Indoor Track and Field Championships.
We were talking about Candace Morris, who we'll see here in just a bit, and how she's really changed her body to be so powerful even more. So Hunter Patterson, man, has he really got some muscle on him even from the high school days. Unofficially, he has broken the record as well, 21:49. I said it was going to be possible. There's 5 guys in this heat that are.
We've got 2 so
event.
far. So.
Yeah.
But Hunter Patterson really just was super aggressive out of the block into the curve before he ever hit the straight stretch. He already had a 2 or 3 meter lead, and he just extended it beyond that.
All right, we'll see King St. Louis out of West Virginia State, a freshman. Lucas Anderson of West Virginia Wesleyan will be in lane 4, sophomore. Another sophomore, Taiwo Babawell Throp of West Virginia Wesleyan, and senior Tim Gudzite, a senior for the University of Charleston.
I hate that for Patterson. He would have broken the record had it not been broken before.
By Usmans.
By Usmans. So 21:31 the time to beat. Patterson 21:49. And don't sleep on Taiwo Babawell Throp. He also has a 21:19 as his career best.
Yeah, that's the best of the field.
Yeah.
When you think about that University of Charleston program and some of the standouts they have, New Zealand, Belgium, Kenya, Australia, South Africa, and then I got to throw this one in, and Ripley.
Yep, there you go.
From all parts of the globe, Mark, the MEC is represented.
I call Ripley the bustling metropolis.
Again, Bryant in lane 3. Check that. St. Louis in lane 3. Anderson lane 4. Babawell Throp in lane 5. And Gutzite in lane 6. Babawell Throp out in front. And the Wesleyan Bobcat victorious. Anderson there, his teammate as well.
And side by side, good strong race. Again, clean race.
You see Babawell Throp kind of throttled it down a little bit, and he still ran a 21:46.
And again, that would be a new record, if not for Timber Usman's first heat.
It'll be a fantastic finish with that 200 tomorrow.
Oh, that will be, man. Can you? I know
You
we
got
still haven't
4
seen
guys.
it. We still haven't seen everybody, but
yeah, Troy, you got Trotter in there at 21,
Yeah.
under 22 as well. I mean,
All right, so our 4th and final heat, we're going to see Ian Gardner, who we had a chance to get a look at earlier in the meet. The senior from Concord, Gavin McKnight, the freshman from West Virginia Wesleyan, and then there's Caden Trotter from West Virginia State, the sophomore, and Malik Kelsick, also from West Virginia State. So a senior, a sophomore, and 2 freshmen. Gardner is the senior. McKnight and Kelsick, the freshman, and Trotter, the sophomore.
Yeah, both Trotter and Kelsick, both teammates, have gone sub 22 seconds.
you want to focus your attention, time was, Andrew, lane 5 with Trotter has the best time of this group.
Another nice clean start, which we love.
And Trotter already out to the lead.
Already made up the stagger within the first 20 meters.
Two Yellow Jackets battling there, neck and neck. And West Virginia State will go 1-2 here as Trotter takes it. Malik Kelsick was second.
Be interested to see the official times for this. That was very quick, just looking at it crossing the timeline. 21:72 for Trotter, followed by Kelsick.
McKnight getting third. Gardner was fourth. Of course, he gave a lot in that 400.
So the 4 automatic qualifiers, again, what we thought may happen was
right.
Huseman's, Babawala Throp, Patterson, and Trotter. Those are your 4 heat winners. 3 of the 4 broke the record from from 2020. Trotter was just barely off of that qualifier. And then you got a bunch of other guys who were very close to that
and all
as well.
with PRs, of course.
Yeah.
All right, guys, we've got the women's 5,000 meters coming up here inside the Chris Klein Athletic Complex on the Jeff Small track. And we are going to be bringing that to you right after this break. You're watching live coverage of the Mountain East Conference Indoor Track and Field Championships on the Mountain East Conference Digital Network.
For 4 decades, the health plan is called West Virginia Home. It all started with a vision to serve our community with pride and integrity. We've grown alongside West Virginia, becoming part of its fabric. We've been here through thick and thin, supporting local families and businesses. Because at the health plan, we don't just work here, we live here. Proudly serving West Virginia since 1979. Your trusted partner in the community, the health plan. Here for you.
Being a champion takes more than skill, more than endless drills, more than using your head. Being a champion takes the heart to give it your all, the agility to thrive from any angle, and the relentless drive to be the best. Welcome to Division II, where the pursuit is yours to create, and the question isn't, can you do it? It's will you?
In NCAA Division II, student athletes leave a lasting impression on their communities. That's because Division II student athletes want to make a difference and truly be part of their surrounding communities. Through community engagement, thousands of student athletes from various backgrounds interact with community members who view them as role models. This interaction leaves a positive and perhaps even life-changing impression on all those involved. In Division II, we rise to the opportunity and make community engagement ours.
It starts from the moment you enter the court. We're there to serve, make sure we're creating a fair atmosphere for both teams, upholding the integrity of the game.
I chose to be an official when I was a senior in high school, 17 years old. I think it's the best decision I've made. You could play, and you could make extra money on the weekends on the side, and why not?
In life, things aren't scripted. Games aren't pre-scripted. You know, I got into officiating because my father was an official. Officiating was part of our family life. It wasn't just the game.
Get to be outside, get to like experience the game. It's so much more fun. You can get a lot out of it.
If you're an athlete, we need people like you and young athletes who can translate those skills to officiating.
So much of officiating is not necessarily what you do on the court. It's how you conduct business off the court as well. Being an official, sure, it's not easy.
And if it wasn't for those difficulties, I don't think I would be where I'm at, because it helped me become not only a better official, but a better person.
It happens in every town, in every game.
We never have a perfect game, but the rewards always outweigh the negativities.
And it's just been wonderful.
Related to her.
We welcome you back inside here at the Chris Klein Athletic Complex on the campus of Marshall University in Huntington. And we are bringing you live coverage of the Mountain East Conference Indoor Track and Field Championships on the Mountain East Conference Digital Network. And our next event going to be the women's 5,000 meter run. Had the men's earlier here, and boy, that was a great race. So we're going to have anything close to that for the women. We'll be looking forward to that. Can we just seeing our field here of competitors.
You don't normally see a men's 5,000 that's that competitive down the stretch with just a few meters to go. So that was really exciting. We just hope we can get the same type of competitiveness out of the women. Of course, there they are again, Andrew. The D&E popping up there. You got three. Well, actually, they have 5 runners in this race.
Yeah, they do have a lot of runners. This is normally an event for the women that has been dominated, though, by University of Charleston, the defending champion. Of course, the champion from last year, I should say, Flora Tisi is not here.
Right.
But she owns the record in this and the mile run from 2023. In the 5,000, she ran it in 17:05.92 seconds. And we're looking at the roster up and down the list this year. Again, just one University of Charleston runner in the event.
Very
here.
unusual.
Yeah, very unusual for the UC squad. Madison Woolwine will be there. She's got a good time, 17:50. That's pretty good this year. The best time in the event from this year, and also her personal best, is sophomore Cassandra O'Connor from Point Park, a 17:31.10. So this is going to be very interesting. There's not a lot of times close to a record, so we don't expect that to happen. But there are a lot of times in this event that are right around that 17:30 to 17:50 mark. Now, 20 seconds seems like a lot until you realize this is a 16-lap race.
Yeah, they're covering over 3 miles. And I have to correct myself. There's actually, unless there's a scratch, there's going to be 6 D&E runners in this women's 5,000 out of 16. Now, you know, what's the advantage of that for D&E? Well, obviously, stating the obvious, they're going to be able to have more strategy within their race because they have so many runners out there and they can do different things.
Well, we saw that in the men's 5,000 with Dave Snelka. They stayed in that first bunch for quite a while. They had 5 runners right there, and then when it broke off, there were still 2 in that lead group for basically the rest of the entire race, except for maybe the last 2 laps. So we'll see if D&E tries to do that with the women's side as well.
And another thing in this race of that distance, Andrew, when you have that many runners from D&E, I don't want to, this is going to sound bad saying it, but you can sacrifice one of those girls, one of those women, by making them, you know, say, hey, you're going to be my rabbit, and you're going to set the pace and kind of break some of those other top-tier runners to see if they're willing to go out with you, knowing that I know you're not going to finish in the top six in this race, but I'm going to use you as my rabbit to try to break them down and get them out of the race early. So, there's that strategy, and people say, well, you're just going out there running, you run 16 laps, whatever it is. There's a lot more to the race strategy than what people believe or know.
So many things go into these distance races. And as you said, sometimes you see somebody who's better than the rest.
Yeah. They from the get-go, the gun starts, they go out, they take the lead, and nobody's ever close to them. Yeah. Yeah, the thought on that 5,000 with her is that surely she's going to slow it down. I mean, you were thinking, she's either going to slow it down or they're going to come back to her or something, and it wasn't, never happened. It wasn't even close. Of course, there's that mental aspect of it, too. I mean, there's a lot of runners that don't like to run in the lead. They like to run off the shoulder and just be on there, and I'm going to be there down at the end. I'm going to gut it out and see, how much heart I have and how much heart you have to see who can get across that finish line first. I mean, that's what they're looking at. Absolutely.
How about that for togetherness, fellowship?
Talk about unity.
Yeah, different schools.
That's all the women's coming together in the 5,000, just all in a unity circle saying, hey, ladies, go out and give your best effort. Outstanding. That's outstanding.
I would say they said have fun, but I've run that far.
You can't put fun after anything that says 5,000 meters.
You heard a lot of clapping going on. Of course, you got the women's long jump unfolding as we speak.
Mark, you made a good point. I mean, there are things going on in this meet. And so, we're covering some running events. We got a chance to kind of sneak peek a little bit into the shot put, which is a field event, but there's still things going on all day long. I mean, there's long jumps and triple jumps and all the they already have pole vaults. I mean, you have all this other stuff that's going on in a track meet, and you can only hone in on one event at a time.
I believe that was Kyra Ross just taking her sixth jump of the meet. Now, Laura Delgado de Torres, it looks as though she has had the best leap of the meet at 19:01.25. All right, so the gun has sounded here, and we are ready to go with this 5,000-meter run for the women. Savannah Hardman of Davison Elkins, a junior in the field, along with Hannah Schauman of Frostburg State. Davison Elkins is Lydia Falkenstein, Rebecca Tellez of Davison Elkins, Concord's Katie Walkup, Madison Cornett of Concord, Taylor Hess of West Virginia Wesleyan, Alina Valengode of D&E, West Liberty's Morgan Zelansky, Madison Woolwine of the University of Charleston, Stara Kujipser of Point Park, Davison Elkins' Toei Belshan, Leah Hall of West Virginia Wesleyan, Wesleyan's Aubrey Pays, Cassandra O'Connor of Point Park, and Brooke Jacobs of Davison Elkins.
Now, while they're getting started, you mentioned the long jump going on. Three separate jumpers broke the meet record that was set by Samantha Cash, coming in at 5.27 meters. Kyra Ross from West Liberty jumping, check this, 5.94 meters. And then Laura Delgado de Torres, who we saw in an earlier speed race from UC, also jumping 5.82, which would have broken the record had it not been for
Ross.
And then West Liberty Sierra Lanham also jumping at a 5.73. So lots of action going on. No wonder there's so much cheering down there.
Yeah, you had two ladies break 19 feet in a long jump. That's pretty impressive. Now what you're going to see in this 5,000 mark is a little bit different from the men's, is that you're going to see the cluster stay closer. You're going to see that group stay closer longer. You'll see a few that are bringing up toward the back end of the race, but You know, you've got, in theory here, you've got about 10 or 11 runners that are within 4 strides of each other. And we finished 5 laps. So, you know, they're going to kind of stay together. They're not going to make their move as soon as the men do.
Again, with no TC in this field. I remember a couple of years ago when she just left everybody else hanging.
It wasn't a move, Andrew. There was no move. She took off running, and everybody else was vying for second.
I believe Cassandra O'Connor of Point Park, the leader at the moment. They're bunched in there pretty well, though.
Yep, she's out in front, and you see some Wesleyan and some D&E runners right beside. Again, we mentioned O'Connor does have the top time in this field.
The Point Park Pioneers. Is that what I'm reading on that jersey there?
That is correct.
She's running very smoothly, but for someone with such a long stride length, she hasn't capitalized on that yet. But that's difficult. You know, when we talk about running, and people think, why can't you just increase your stride length? When you ran like that for your whole life, you know, it's difficult to do that. It really takes a lot of work. It takes a lot of discipline, and it takes a lot of mindset.
O'Connor, one of 2 Point Park runners against Stara Kujipper of Point Park. Kujipper is a senior, and O'Connor is a sophomore. Newcomer to the Mountain East Conference, Point Park University there in the Steel City of Pittsburgh.
We got 2 Wesleyan runners in second and third with Taylor Hess and Leah Hall. Falkenstein from D&E right in there in the mix in fourth. And then the lone UC runner, again, that's such a it's kind of an anomaly to not see more UC runners in these distance events. That's Woolwine up there in fifth.
And we haven't quite made it through. Now, I would say now we're through about a third of coming close to about a third of the race. And now you're seeing that top 6, 7 starting to open up just a little bit.
Again, your field: Savannah Hardman, junior from Davison-Elkins; Hannah Schaumann, sophomore from Frostburg State; Lydia Falkenstein from Davison-Elkins; Rebecca Tellez of D&E; Concord's Katie Walkup and Madison Cornett; West Virginia Wesleyan's Taylor Hess; Davison-Elkins' Alina Valendigode; Morgan Lisnansky of West Liberty; Madison Woolwine of Charleston; Stara Kujipper of Point Park; Zoe Belshon of D&E; West Virginia Wesleyan's Leah Hall; Aubrey Pace; and Point Park's Cassandra O'Connor; and Brooke Jacobs of Davis and Elkins. So Davis and Elkins, we talked about that distance group that they've assembled there, both for the men and the women.
A little bit of separation here now. Leah Hall from West Virginia Wesleyan taking the lead, followed by Falkenstein from D&E, and then you've got O'Connor sitting kind of relaxed there in third. And then they brought along another D&E runner up there. Let me look and find that one for you.
D&E has 6 runners in this race.
Out of 16.
I believe that is Savannah Hardman, if I see the 96 on the jersey correctly.
It's a 37.5% of the runners are from D&E.
That is Savannah Hardman in fourth, followed closely by, again, Woolwine, who's up with that front group. And you can see the way they're all running. They're very tight-knit right now. Nobody's really striding out or anything. They're just kind of pacing right now, it seems, midway through this race.
I'll tell you who really loves the inside corners, O'Connor. She has not left that rail since she started running.
Yeah, good point,
and
Jim.
she's willing to even give up positions to stay exactly where she is. And there's nothing wrong with that. I'm not being critical at all of it. I'm just saying, and that's exactly where she is. Of course, now she's going to make a liar out of me and go to the outside for a move. Because I guess she heard me
Got
talking.
an earpiece in her ear for that
I guess she heard me say something.
Leah Hall, conference champ in the steeplechase in 2023 and 2024. First team cross-country performer in 2023. And she was the indoor champ of the 3,000 meters and a national qualifier in cross country this past fall. Trying to get a championship here in the women's 5,000 meters here as we bring you live coverage of the Mountain East Conference Indoor Track and Field Championships from the Chris Klein Athletic Complex, and the 5,000 meters unfolding here on the Jeff Small track. Always love it too, guys, when you see in meets, whether it be outdoor or indoor, a teammate that gets in a workout because they just run up and down the field and across the field cheering on their teammates.
And if only for 4 or 5 seconds to say something.
Yeah, absolutely.
They're more exhausted than the runner who was actually in the event by the time the race is over.
And I think something that we kind of underestimate is that, they train a lot for this. So when people see them running, they say, well, it doesn't look like they're running very fast. But what you don't understand is you're not down there on the track. So you go run about 20 meters with them, see how long you could hang with this group, because they're running a really decent pace right now. That group of 4 right there has a really good pace ahead of the rest.
At UC's lone competitor in the field of 16, Madison, check that, yes, Madison Woolwine. She is 5th at the moment.
I always say it's the deception of TV. For instance, if you watch NASCAR, you know they're going fast, but on TV you just don't really know. If you're watching a hockey game, if you see them up and down the ice, they look pretty quick, but then you go see them live.
When you see them live,
you know how
they're
fast they are.
ice.
Yes, they are running and skating very, and driving very fast.
Yes, they are.
And just like in NASCAR, everybody's making a left turn here.
You got great separation between the top 4. Very comfortable now in their pace.
Yeah, Woolwine has fallen back a bit, but she is far ahead of the next 3.
Yeah, she's got a good 50 meters ahead of the next group of 3 runners.
Hall has led through the majority of this race. It was just a couple of laps early for O'Connor in front, but Hall made that first move, and she is stuck in front.
She stayed there, and that's probably why she's comfortable, Andrew, is she likes being out in the lead, and she doesn't want to be in there congested or have any opportunity where somebody could clip her on the heels or something catastrophic happen. And she's got a really good rhythm going right now.
Now we're seeing some significant separation now in the front 4. O'Connor trying to hang close here. And right behind that, you've got Falkenstein and Savannah Hardman. A couple of Davis and Elkins teammates. And now you're going to start to see a little bit of traffic for the final few laps of this race as the field coming back to these leaders.
So Hall now starting to lap competitors, Andrew.
As like we said, this is going to get a little bit interesting when you start to have to move around the field a bit. Hall really starting to extend, though, in the last lap and a half. She has separated herself from that first pack. Now she's trying to separate herself from O'Connor.
Well, give credit to O'Connor, guys. She has fought from the very beginning.
Still a lot of this race to be determined.
Right now, Hall showing the credentials we laid out for you a moment ago.
As you said, the resume speaks for itself.
Steeplechase champ. Really love that event. But never had a chance to see it.
I always wanted to know how that began. I've never gone back to actually research that, but that's an interesting style. Just here's some water in between all these real weird
We were in
steeples.
Frostburg that one year, and it was just brutally cold.
Man.
And, you know, you got – and, of course, the strategy of trying not to hit the water.
And Hall has opened up some serious separation. I was wondering if a couple laps ago when she started to make that move, if she was moving a little early, and then when she started this main separation just last lap, I'm like, is this too early? But she does not look strained whatsoever. You can see just behind her there, O'Connor trying to catch back
made
up.
a little bit of ground here in the last lap and a quarter. She made a little bit of ground on her. And you got your back-to-back D&E runners running 3 and 4.
Great setting here. Great setting here inside the Chris Klein Athletic Complex, the Jeff Small track. Great to have you with us here, along with championship coach Jim Mahan, Andrew Miller, our great crew, Mark Martin, as we check out a product of West Virginia Wesleyan senior Leah Hall. Trying to add another championship to her Wesleyan career.
Hall had the best PR in this event coming into this race. 17 minutes, 36.42 seconds.
A bit of a relaxation with the arms to keep them loose. There's O'Connor's fallen back a little bit. Dropped off pace just a little bit. A little bit of separation between third and fourth as well, Andrew.
Coming up following this women's 5,000 meters final, we will have the women's 200 meters prelims. And we'll have 4 heats. And then we will have the men's distance medley relay, followed by the women's distance medley relay, 4,000 meters. Ground they will cover here on the Jeff Small track. West Virginia Wesleyans, Leah Hall.
Getting past her teammate there, Taylor Hess, sorry.
West Virginia Wesleyan, located in beautiful Buchanan. Just great athletic programs all the way around. Luke Duffy and Tesla Southcott are the co-athletic directors at Concord. Dr. Jennifer Riggleman is the athletic director at Davis and Elkins. Greg Bamberger is the AD at Fairmont State. Frostburg, guided by Troy Dell. Glenville with Jesse Skiles. Point Park with Scott Swain. University of Charleston, the great Dr. Bren Stevens, as we have the Bell Lap. Brad Forshee is the interim athletic director at West Liberty, West Virginia Wesleyan. Guided by Dr. Ray Emmerich, and Wheeling University, led by Carrie Hanna. Leah Hall of West Virginia Wesleyan.
Well, enjoying the battle in there in second. O'Connor is really starting to pick up the pace, guys. I don't think enough to catch up to Hall, but she has really started to sprint.
O'Connor, again, just from the get-go, and Jim talked about it, how she loved that inside and really fought hard. And there's Hall zooming past the competitors.
Going to be a race here for second.
Yeah, you can see the battle brewing.
Here it comes.
Leah Hall victorious in the women's 5,000 meters. And here we go for second place. O'Connor.
Wow. What a gutty performance by O'Connor to fight her off for second.
Boy, that was a great fight back, though, by Falkenstein from D&E.
What a race, guys. Hall impressive, but then the others who battled to place here in the women's 5,000 meters just as enjoyable.
Yeah, tough race for everybody. You could see the exhaustion from the two that finished second and third back-to-back. I'll tell you, Leah Hall, that was an impressive battle from about lap 7 when she started the separation with the rest of the field until those last 4 laps where she separated herself from everyone else. Just never looked like she was uncomfortable there.
Well, you notice her going over there and getting the congratulations from her teammate and her coach, and she's not one of these people. She's just walking around like it's normal. I mean, there's some, and I'm not saying she didn't put forth there. She put forth great effort in this race and ran a very strategic race, but comfortable within her comfort zone, as you see her there on the monitor. And she's just another day, another 3 miles, a little over 3 miles covered.
Now, she is a senior. She's been through the fire plenty of times, indoor and outdoor, and again, saving one of her better performances for her senior season here at the indoors.
Yeah, guys, when we're doing those outdoor meet, there in Morgantown this year, we'll enjoy watching her in the steeplechase as she sets out to defend that title.
We still have a few more on the track here to finish up.
Leah Hall continuing to be congratulated for her outstanding performance. Hall out of Greene, Ohio, not too far from here.
That is not.
Franklin Furnace. Well, she was a first-team all-conference honoree during her high school days, 2-time state qualifier in the cross-country. Nursing major. Well, the 200 meters for the women set to take place next year. And she gets a hall pass, doesn't she?
Yes.
Gets a free hall pass. She's pretty happy.
Great
She's
smile.
been around
What a
a long
great
time.
smile.
Yeah. It's like, I want another one. When you look at these athletes, Mark and Andrew, that they're competing on a collegiate level, and there's so many athletes in high school that never go on to be, they just don't go on to compete at that level. So all the ones that are out here are putting forth the best effort they have, and you've got champions at every level, but the idea is that you were able to extend your athletic career beyond high school. That's a testament to those athletes as well.
And it doesn't matter the level. The necessary required time is there for everything. The time that you have to spend on your craft and on your sport on top of being an academic student in college is beyond belief. So
you're not going to get anywhere. Your talent's going to take you to a certain level. The hard work and dedication and perseverance, that's going to get you over the top.
Yeah.
And the ones that work the hardest with the talent, those are the ones that you put on the pedestal first.
Waiting for the official results to start navigating in. Obviously, we know who is the winner.
We know who won.
And we think that we know
who was second.
Who was second, but again, we'll
pretty sure it was O'Connor, but
starting to work our way up through the 16 names. Just a couple more races here at the end of the night. get started bright and early tomorrow at 11 a.m. The heptathlon events will continue, followed by some field events, and then all the fun for us.
We'll start the running events in the afternoon, actually, later afternoon, I suppose.
Depends on when you had supper or dinner growing up.
That's true.
If you call that late or early afternoon.
It also depends on your time slot in your life. When sometimes you go to work and you go to work at 5 or 6. 4 o'clock might be a little bit later, but
that's when it becomes dinner.
Yeah, dinner.
Well, you guys are talking. I'm having dinner.
Yeah, Mark's having some peanuts for his
cashews.
dinner. Cashews. So.
Yeah, that's the tough thing about having this event in Huntington, West Virginia, is we know how many great restaurants there are, and let us not know that Mark Martin is a connoisseur of
Mark Martin
food.
knows where all the fine eateries are,
and we don't
not
get any
just in Huntington.
Yeah, we don't get any of them.
Yeah,
we have to stay here the whole time. We were talking about DoorDash at some point,
and I'm not going to name any, but a couple that I really like, unfortunately, are closed on Sunday and Monday.
Well, it begs the question. I mean, on the debate, is it dinner or is it supper?
Yeah, I think it depends on the time.
Well, I mean, did your family call it supper time or they call it dinner time?
My grandparents on my mother's side, we had lunch and dinner.
Lunch and dinner. Okay. My mom always called it supper.
And then we had supper on the Martin side.
see, Mark's he's had to cover with both of the terms. So when I was growing up, it was called supper. I don't know. What about you, Andrew?
At my grandparents' house, it was supper.
Supper, yeah. And I think it's an older generation called
Here's the deal. At my parents' house, we didn't have food because we were all running wild doing sports and dance classes.
So there was no really set time.
No.
It was like a grab and go.
By the time we got home, if I hadn't learned to make a peanut butter and jelly sandwich, by the time my dad came to get me for practice, I better have it down. So,
And at some point, as time moved on, we came across something known as brunch.
Yeah, they kind of smashed two of them together.
I think my favorite meal of the day is a midnight snack. You get off work late at night, you come home, and everything sounds and looks good.
It's all good. It's all good then.
So
there's nothing gets disqualified then.
We do have the final statistics here. Leah Hall obviously did win. It was Cassandra O'Connor with a personal best, finishing second, 7:18.40, and then very close in second and third. Falkenstein with another personal best just behind O'Connor. Savannah Hardman, who are in a great race, staying with Falkenstein, her teammate, finishing also with a personal record. You see down the list there, all these personal records that
there's
they have.
8 or 9 PRs in that group.
Yeah, tremendous race by everyone involved. Leah Hall, congratulations.
Really hard to believe, Andrew, that they're 0.3 of a second separates second from third in 5,000 meters.
Yeah.
That's fairly unusual. We got some women's 200-meter prelims coming up with. Is there 4 heats in that, Andrew?
Yeah, there's going to be 4 heats. Yep. Ashanti Grace, Sierra Lanham, Candace Morris we'll see right out of the gate here, and Diamond Rush.
We only have 2 girls in this field that have broke 25 in their times this year. Of course, we know Candace Moore at 24.87. Looking down through there, you see Zoe Ledette from State at 24.97. So that's pretty close, but they're teammates, so they know each other pretty well.
So Ashanti Grace in lane 3 out of West Virginia State. Sierra Lanham, West Liberty in lane 4. Candace Morris is in lane 5, and Diamond Rush is in lane 6.
Rush actually has a personal best better than the meet record. Nitira Hobbs set it in 2023, 24.71. Rush has run a 24.45 in her career.
And check it out, Candace Morris getting a little bit of heat here from her teammate. But Morris once again victorious.
So a very nice
Actually,
first heat.
Yeah, she didn't look really true to form that we saw her earlier in that 60. Looks like she kind of went off her form a little bit. I don't know whether there's something going on, but I mean, she looked just a little bit shaky. You see her there; she kind of wobbling a little bit there as she sits down.
24.89 is pretty good, but you're right. It didn't look.
It just didn't look clean. Didn't look as clean as we're used to with her.
So season best there as well for Diamond Rush from Point Park.
Yeah, forgive me. I believe that I had her teammates second being Grace, but it was actually Diamond Rush. Those Point Park uniforms, Point Park predominantly green, but those uniforms, they have that almost that state look with the top, so forgive me for that. Maya Greshner of Point Park, a junior. Maya Clark of the University of Charleston, a sophomore. Zoe Ledette of West Virginia State. And Tia McAllister of West Virginia State. Those are your four here in this heat.
Well, Ledette's got the top time in this heat this year, 24.97, but McAllister has run a time of 24.68, which would be enough for a meet record.
Second of four heats. Give them the 200 meters. I love this race, and you got to pace yourself just slightly, correct?
It's an all-out sprint. I mean, for them, you're looking at they only got the one turn here in the 200, so and then they come out of it, and it's a straight, a curve, and then a straight. So it's a little bit different, obviously, than being outside. But you see Zoe Ledette just kind of cruising there in that heat.
Well, we talked about that gathering collection of outstanding sprinters, both for the boys, the men, and for the women.
Well, we talked about it. Ledette's had a very, very good time coming in here, but it was nothing what she just put up there. 24.65. If that's official, that will be a meet record. Her previous best, 24.97. So a personal best and possibly possibly an MEC meet record.
Well, pardon the pun, Andrew, but you're starting to sound like a broken record with all the records that are being broken.
On day one in the prelims.
Pretty amazing.
People putting up great numbers.
They really are.
Heat 3 is going to have Isabel Williams of Concord. In lane 3, Jayla Woods of West Virginia State will be in lane 4. Kyara Ross of West Liberty State will be in lane 5. And Jamie Preston of West Virginia State will be in lane 6.
Top time is by Ross from West Liberty this year in this heat at 25.16. Preston, though, the lone runner in this event, or in this race, in this heat, that has gone sub 25 seconds. She's got a 24.91 as a personal best.
You got four runners here that are really tight in terms of at least their best times of this year. So, it could be anybody's race on this call.
We saw Joe Heinzman there. He's the gun in case there would be the false start. And, I don't want to jinx anybody here, but we're just about through this day one, and we just had the one false start.
Right at the get-go.
Yeah.
All right. Looking good is Ross in lane 5. Ross will take it. West Virginia State will get the next two slots. Isabel Williams will finish 4th, and that brings us to Heat 4. There it is. Jayla Woods garnering 2nd. Preston was 3rd.
And another great time, a personal best for Ross, cutting a little time off that 24.91 at 24.88. As we said, guys,
without
it's good
a lot
to save
of
your
effort,
best.
Andrew. It didn't look like she was super pushed there. So,
love seeing these collegiate athletes run their best at the right time.
Right.
Really enjoy it.
It's exactly the way the coach scripts it up is they want them peaking right at when it comes championship time.
Deja Simone Curry Brown of West Virginia State. Deja Riles of Wheeling. Valerie Boards of Frostburg State. And Colette Patty of the University of Charleston.
Now, this ought to be an interesting opportunity here for Boards, who does have the best time in this heat, although it's 25:20, so not one of the top times coming in. But her PR for her career is a 24:67, which, again, would have been enough to overtake Nytira Hobbs, if not for the fact that Ledette broke it already.
Yeah, you got Ledette that's already broken. There's the other point of that is whoever wins this race qualifies. Now, we got a scratch, it looks like, in lane 4.
Yeah, lane 4 was set to be Riles of Wheeling.
It looks like she's scratched out of that.
Leaves us with 3 here. And that is Colette Patty out in front.
She's running really well, Andrew. I mean, she came out of that curve and just fended off Boards.
The sophomore from the University of Charleston, Colette Patty.
A very strong prelim race there for Patty.
25.27. Well, gentlemen, that will bring us now to the men's 4,000-meter distance medley relay. Set to go at 9:20.
So when you're looking at the distance medley, Mark, you got 4 runners, of course. The first runner will run 1,600 meters. The next runner runs 1,200 meters. The next runner runs 800 meters. And the last runner will run 400 meters. So it's a diminished distance as you continue to go. So you have less ground to make up depending on how tight it is as you go. Because you have distance and you have speed in the same race. Very exciting.
Well, Andrew ran across country, so we'll give him the 16.
I'll take the 16.
Well, I have the artificial knee, so I can't do more than the 4. So I'll just stay with the 4. Mark, you're going to have to run the 2 in the middle. You were a wide receiver, so
I was going to give Butch Mounts a leg.
Going to give Butch give Butch the 1,200.
Okay, there you go.
He looks like he could still run a 1600.
He could do the 12 or the 16, either one.
All right, we're looking forward to the men's 4,000-meter distance medley relay. It is heading your way in just a moment. From inside the Chris Klein Athletic Complex, you're watching live coverage of the Mountain East Conference Indoor Track and Field Championships on the Mountain East Conference Digital Network.
For 4 decades, the health plan is called West Virginia Home. It all started with a vision to serve our community with pride and integrity. We've grown alongside West Virginia, becoming part of its fabric. We've been here through thick and thin, supporting local families and businesses. Because at the health plan, we don't just work here, we live here. Proudly serving West Virginia since 1979. Your trusted partner in the community. The health plan. Here for you.
Being a champion takes more than skill, more than endless drills, more than using your head. Being a champion takes the heart to give it your all, the agility to thrive from any angle, and the relentless drive to be the best. Welcome to Division 2, where the pursuit is yours to create, and the question isn't, can you do it? It's, will you?
In NCAA Division II, student athletes leave a lasting impression on their communities. That's because Division II student athletes want to make a difference and truly be part of their surrounding communities. Through community engagement, thousands of student athletes from various backgrounds interact with community members who view them as role models. This interaction leaves a positive and perhaps even life-changing impression on all those involved. In Division II, we rise to the opportunity and make community engagement ours.
It starts from the moment you enter the court. We're there to serve, make sure we're creating a fair atmosphere for both teams, upholding the integrity of the game.
I chose to be an official when I was a senior in high school, 17 years old. I think it's the best decision I've made. You could play, and you could make extra money on the weekends on the side, and why not?
In life, things aren't scripted. Games aren't pre-scripted. You know, I got into officiating because my father was an official. Officiating was part of our family life. It wasn't just a game.
Get to be outside, get to experience the game. It's so much more fun. You can get a lot out of it.
If you're an athlete, we need people like you and young athletes who can translate those skills to officiating.
So much of officiating is not necessarily what you do on the court. It's how you conduct business off the court as well. Being an official, sure, it's not easy.
And if it wasn't for those difficulties, I don't think I would be where I'm at, because it helped me become not only a better official, but a better person.
It happens in every town, in every game.
We never have a perfect game, but the rewards always outweigh the negativities.
And it's just been wonderful.
You're watching live coverage of the Mountain East Conference Indoor Track and Field Championships on the Mountain East Conference Digital Network. Along with championship coach Jim Mahan, Andrew Miller, our great crew, I'm Mark Martin. Delighted to have you with us here. Guys getting set for the final competition, day one here on the Jeff Small track, and it's the 4,000-meter distance medley relay, which will consist of Wesleyan State, Frostburg. Some of these teams may be competing for the first time. We mentioned during the break. So we got D&E, Wesleyan, Glenville, Frostburg, Concord, West Liberty, West Virginia State, UC, Wheeling, and Point Park.
Yeah, we do have 6 teams that do have what you would consider to be a qualifying time or a race that they've run this year. The best team by far in the field is Davis and Elkins. Time of 10 minutes, 11.84 seconds. That's just about 10 seconds off of the all-time record set by West Liberty back in 2003, a time of 10:01:57. And then the next closest time to that, by the way, is Wesleyan. West Virginia Wesleyan will be about 30 seconds off of that best time. Now, the question is, are all those same runners going to be running here in this race?
Yeah, you don't know.
We never know, and that's the one thing of our years doing track and field. There can be changes made, and unfortunately those changes can be made
on the spot.
Yeah, so
on the fly.
We do our best, and we'll look at the numbers, and that does certainly help. So at the moment, out in front.
What makes the distance medley relay so unique, guys, is the fact it's the only event in NCAA track that all 4 runners run a different distance. So you got a good mix. I mean, obviously that's why it's called a medley. You got a good mix of distance with sprinters. So there's some really good challenges there. Plus the fact they are carrying the baton, which means they have to do an exchange somewhere. So that can always get ugly.
Yeah, forgive me, Jim.
Sorry.
So D&E, now if we were going by the lineup we had, Slate Swiger would have been the number 1 runner and running the 1,600. However, it is Jackson Gibson who is running the first leg for D&E and has the lead at the moment for the Senators.
Yeah, so you have to kind of pay attention. Sometimes the coaches will switch and say, hey, what do you feel like today? Are you feeling the 16, or do I need to whittle you back to the 12?
Well, Gibson, again, just one of those outstanding distance runners for Jason Piles' crew. Defending champ, conference runner-up in the 800. Back to defend this year, and right now, a nice-looking leg here on this first leg of this distance medley relay. And for the University of Charleston, now they had scheduled Caleb Gilbert, a freshman, to be the first leg, and that is, in fact, Gilbert running right there. In fact, Gilbert has now taken the lead for the first time.
Now, University of Charleston, one of these teams that do not have a qualifying time, so they may just be throwing it out there and saying, hey, let's try to get some more points here as the team race will begin. I was looking at the team numbers right now. Really, there's not a whole lot being scored. So
you can't really look at it until tomorrow when you start hitting those finals and they start racking up the points, especially in those events where you have multiples, people getting second and third and sixth, and that really makes a big difference.
Jackson Gibson trying to get that lead back from UC's Caleb Gilbert.
Gilbert looks pretty smooth right now, running pretty methodical, good, nice stride, not too tight upstairs.
Just a freshman. So the handoff is made. So now we got 1,200 meters here, Jim.
They whittled off an extra 400 off of the first group. Now, when you look at that, and it looks interesting when you see them run, Andrew, they're bolting out of the starting gate, but then they'll get into a rhythm.
And it'll get faster and faster each handoff.
Absolutely.
And they are sticking with the lineup we had. Laura McElray, the freshman, running that second leg, the 1,200-meter leg for the University of Charleston. Davison Elkins is second at the moment. Now, D&E's lineup, again, we mentioned, had scheduled to be Jackson Gibson, but he ran the first leg. Slate Swager had been scheduled to run that first leg.
We're down to 800, and we see already that the gap has been closed, crushed up that lead that they have. Now it's stride for stride heading into the last two legs.
Ryan Rasco, by the way, who had been scheduled to be the third runner for D&E, he ran that second leg, and he ran a nice leg for the Senators.
And now D&E taking the lead here from UC.
Rasco, all MEC, both indoor and outdoor, a year ago in the 800. So he ran a nice 1,200. So the Senators with the lead. UC is second. I don't know about you guys, but I like this event.
It's very exciting. It's quite unique.
So Tristan Blatt, the freshman. Now, he had been scheduled to run the 4, but he's running the 8 for the Senators.
Boy, and he is hugging the inside of that lane.
And I'm assuming now we're going to see Slate Swager then run the 400.
Well, D&E taking over here in this event right now.
Really widened the gap there the last half lap. You look like he opened that up to about 15 meters or so.
We're going to have a handoff made here. Blatt. And I believe that is Slate Swager. And look, here's that is Swager. So Swager was scheduled to be the first leg of this relay. He's going to run the anchor leg and try to bring home a title here. One of the few running finals on this opening day of the 2025 Mountain East Conference Track and Field Championships. Indoor variety here on the Mountain East Conference Digital Network. Great to have all of you with us. Slate Swager, the sophomore. And the one thing that is interesting here, at the indoor meets, you're used to the outdoor tracks.
Yeah, you kind of lose track there of what kind of distance they have left.
Slade Swiger across the way. Coming down the backstretch.
He has made up some distance. He's closed that gap by a couple of seconds.
Yeah, this thing is getting very, very close. Yeah, it's crazy. UC did not even have a team in this event this year.
They didn't.
Swiger with the lead for D&E.
Just 2 more laps here. Well, that gap continues to shrink, guys.
Well, you got the reigning freshman of the year in the Mountain East Conference in Idians, Sam Idians. Swiger trying to fend him off.
Idians getting way closer now.
Idians.
They'll lap.
There they go.
See what Swiger's got left.
Oh no, Idians looks really comfortable right now. He loves being where he is. Swiger looks a little tight.
Idians has taken the lead here. Idians track athlete of the week back on February 10th. Sophomore from Christchurch, New Zealand. The Doc Hill Virginia Tech Invitational on Friday.
A little chest bang right there to his teammates as he's crossing the line.
Charleston, who had no registered time coming into this event.
And guys, you're looking at a guy there, 148.29, the fastest 800-meter run by an NCAA Division II athlete this season, the best ever in the Mountain East Conference. And he brings UC the title on that anchor leg.
Definitely who I'd want to have with the stick.
Find out what you will about the exact time, but as they cross the finish line unofficially, I had that way underneath 10, and here it comes in. Yeah, 9:57.81 as UC, without a time this year, has just broken the meet record by 3 seconds set by West Liberty. Meanwhile, Davidson Elkins had also broken the meet record. That was
both of them broke 10.
Previously standing. Yeah, and they both break 10 minutes. A lot of excitement in that race.
Yeah, Samuel Idiams, he is something.
So that's big numbers when you talk about the team scores. That's University of Charleston playing a little bit of strategy here today in this first day, picking up some extra points for the team.
Yeah, our order, Mark, I have to stand corrected on that order. You're running the 1200 first, then a 400, then an 800, and then you finish it with a 16. So you got the chance to close it in the middle with that speed, but then in the end you got a guy like Samuel Idians, who's, as you said earlier, Mark, that's the #1 ranked 800 runner in the United States.
We're going to see him tomorrow evening as well.
Yeah, we got a lot to look forward to tomorrow, but we got one event left here, guys. And again, just to really enjoy this event. And so it will now be the women's version of the 4,000 meter distance medley relay. Again, they'll go 12, 4, 8, and 16. We'll take a break and come back, and we will bring you that final event on day one here inside the Chris Klein Athletic Complex on the Jeff Small track. You're watching live coverage of the Mountain East Conference Indoor Track and Field Championships on the Mountain East Conference Digital Network.
For 4 decades, the health plan is called West Virginia Home. It all started with a vision to serve our community with pride and integrity. We've grown alongside West Virginia, becoming part of its fabric. We've been here through thick and thin, supporting local families and businesses. Because at the health plan, we don't just work here, we live here. Proudly serving West Virginia since 1979. Your trusted partner in the community. The health plan. Here for you.
Being a champion takes more than skill, more than endless drills, more than using your head. Being a champion takes the heart to give it your all, the agility to thrive from any angle, and the relentless drive to be the best. Welcome to Division 2, where the pursuit is yours to create, and the question isn't, can you do it? It's will you?
In NCAA Division II, student athletes leave a lasting impression on their communities. That's because Division II student athletes want to make a difference and truly be part of their surrounding communities. Through community engagement, thousands of student athletes from various backgrounds interact with community members who view them as role models. This interaction leaves a positive and perhaps even life-changing impression on all those involved. In Division II, we rise to the opportunity and make community engagement ours.
It starts from the moment you enter the court. We're there to serve, make sure we're creating a fair atmosphere for both teams, upholding the integrity of the game.
I chose to be an official when I was a senior in high school, 17 years old. I think it's the best decision I've made. You could play, and you could make extra money on the weekends on the side, and why not?
In life, things aren't scripted. Games aren't pre-scripted. You know, I got into officiating because my father was an official. Officiating was part of our family life. It wasn't just a game.
Get to be outside, get to experience the game. It's so much more fun. You can get a lot out of it.
If you're an athlete, we need people like you and young athletes who can translate those skills to officiating.
So much of officiating is not necessarily what you do on the court. It's how you conduct business off the court as well. Being an official, sure, it's not easy.
And if it wasn't for those difficulties, I don't think I would be where I'm at, because it helped me become not only a better official, but a better person.
It happens in every town, in every game.
We never have a perfect game, but the rewards always outweigh the negativities.
And it's just been wonderful.
Welcome back inside here at the Chris Klein Athletic Complex, the Jeff Small track. One event to go here on this day one of competition at the 2025 Mountain East Conference women's and men's indoor track and field championships. We got the women's distance medley relay to finishing things off here. 4,000 meters will be covered.
Quick updates. Less than a third of the events scored, but we do have a quick update of the top 3 teams. On the men's side, with that medley victory for Charleston, UC leading Davis and Elkins 42 points, 25 points. Right behind them, Frostburg State with 24.5. UC on the women's side leading with 38, just ahead of West Liberty with 30.5, and then West Virginia Wesleyan at 28. And again, that's less than a third of the events scored. It'll start getting crazy as tomorrow starts.
They are off and running.
And again, our first leg here will be 1,200 meters. And then that will be followed by the 4, the 8, and the 16. So the University of Charleston opening up here with the early edge. And for UC, they have Mercy Jepletang leading things off here.
Again, UC not with a score in this event this season, so coaching staff playing some strategy again here, thinking, well, maybe we can pick up some points here on the girls' side as well. And good to start with Jepletang. She is very, very solid. If you're looking at actual scores or actual times this year, once again, Davis and Elkins has a time, and they have a really good time. 12:21:48 is just 2 seconds off of the record set in 2023 by University of Charleston. 12:19:82. The next best time officially this year is 30 seconds behind that, and that's West Virginia Wesleyan. But again, that doesn't mean a whole lot here when you get to this race at the MEC Indoor Meet Championships. Coaches will they'll strategize. They'll place people in when they want to and when they can if they think they can pick up better points.
Kind of move things around. You got to remember, too, Andrew, pretty long day for these athletes. They've been in this complex all day long, and I mean, they've seen their teammates compete and thrive and do well, and they've seen them not do as well in some places. So you have that not just a physical effect, but that mental effect of being in this building all day long.
Jepletang still out in front. Second place occupied by Davis and Elkins. There's Cameron Wheeler, a sophomore. Tatum Walls, Ella Hessen, Williamstown native and standout, and Lauren Twyman are those scheduled to run for D&E.
I know I'm not the governing body of the NCAA track, but I really kind of wish if they would change the order of the 4 and the 8. Do a 12, an 8, a 4, and a 16. The 4 just seems like it gets lost in the race, is what I'm trying to say. Because when they come around there and they hand off that baton, you see that those runners are there for just a short, they're part of that race, of course, but they're just there for just a little piece of it. I'd like to see them be a little closer to the end of the race rather than in the middle, like the second leg in. I don't know.
How about that 4 wide for a second, guys?
Yeah.
Point Park now in the lead. Jana Schmid, a senior.
Now Wesleyan going to overtake.
And Wesleyan, again, just great tradition. Lindsey Dillon, the freshman.
I believe so.
All right, the handoff, and now, as you mentioned, Jim, in the blink of an eye.
There they go.
with the 400 meters in this second leg.
Like bullets.
Getting the handoff for Wesleyan. Akita. Malmo Akita. And we'll hand it off for the 8. And Wesleyan had the lead. Point Park takes it back.
It always gets very chaotic at the handoff line here.
Yeah, it does.
Not only you got to get a clean handoff, you got to make sure if you're getting a handoff behind another person, you've got to be able to zig and zag at the right time.
Lotte Zethoff running the leg now for Point Park.
Well, Davis and Elkins, again, who has the best time by far in this event. They've got some ground to cover. They're
Sure
sitting
do.
back in third a little bit. UC right on their heels.
West Virginia Wesleyan taking back the lead. Raina Headley, a freshman. 2 freshmen on this relay for Wesleyan, a junior and a senior. Point Park with 2 seniors, a junior and a freshman.
The interesting thing will be, as you can see, Wesleyan trying to give the biggest lead humanly
Trying-
possible
right.
before the 16, but it's really not going to make a whole lot of difference.
No, it really doesn't, because it depends on what kind of tempo you set out, because you can close that gap right off the bat, but then are you able to sustain it when you come down to the last couple hundred meters of that 1600?
Wesleyan leads. Point Park is second.
She's closing that gap pretty good.
Raina Headley trying to hold off. Point Park's Lotte Zethoff.
Zethoff's going to take over. You could see the struggle there from
Yeah.
Headley.
Headley's really laboring this last few meters of her leg.
All right, the handoff. 1,600 meters to decide the champ here of the women's 4,000 meter distance medley relay.
And again, Point Park, another one of these teams that does not have a time in this event this year, but looking very strong throughout.
Running the leg here for Point Park is Allison Palacio. Palacio is a senior.
About a 2.5 to 3 second differential between Point Park right now and Wesleyan. We'll kind of keep an eye on that as this last leg progresses to see whether that gap's closed or not.
And again, with Davis and Elkins and their ability with the distance races, we'll see if they can make up some ground in the next couple of laps.
You've got some time to do it.
Many thanks to MEC Commissioner Reed Amos for all of his great work as always, allowing us to be a part of this. Chuck McGill, Jonathan Griffin. Of course, this meet would not be the success it is with all the great officials. We'll run them all down for you tomorrow, but certainly Richard Messenger and Dave Hickman, 2 of the best ever.
We asked about Davis and Elkins, and they're already moved up into second place.
You know, D&E, again, coming in here and the strategy with all the great distance runners they have. Palacio right now for Point Park, out in front.
That gap's closed inside of 2 seconds, Andrew. So that's some ground has been made.
And it's getting closer and closer. You've got D&E getting ready to overtake, and I think UC is right behind Davis and Elkins.
Lauren Twyman, the junior, running that anchor leg for D&E. And she is making a move, guys. A good job there by Point Park's Plesio.
And we'll see how much effort and energy was expended by Twyman just to catch up.
Just to get her.
And now does she have enough to take this lead and keep this lead?
Yeah,
she's made the pass.
Can Plesio stay with her is the question.
And again, you can see University of Charleston just barely off in the distance, followed by Wesleyan.
A great way to end it with this outstanding battle. Amanda Ferrante, a freshman, running the anchor leg for UC.
So we just see Wesleyan overtaking UC for 3rd place in that medley group.
Coming up on what we call the bell lap here.
Again, 1,600 meters, started with 12, then 4, and then the 8, and now here the 16.
Boy, Wesleyan looking really strong right now. And guess who that is, who just won a 5,000-meter race in Leah Hall.
Leah Hall is looking really strong now. She might be running out of real estate, but she's getting ready to reel her in.
Lauren Twyman running that anchor leg for the Senators. And trying to bring them 10 big points here to close out day 1 of this 2025 Mountain East Conference Indoor Track and Field Championships.
Boy, look at Hall striding it out, but Twyman, I think, has got this one in control.
And Twyman will cross the finish line, and Hall going to make it a 1-2 effort of North Central West Virginia teams. Big hug there, Twyman.
I'll tell you, the time of 12:19.82 looked like it was destroyed. And again, it's unofficial until we start seeing these come in, but that was a huge time. There it is. My goodness, 12:07.
Wow.
98, 12 seconds taken off the previous meet record. D&E finishing second, just a second behind. That would have been good for the record, as well as West Virginia Wesleyan with a time of 12:13.09. Those are 3 great times in this event.
Wonderful effort by all 3 of those teams.
All smiles for the red and black of Davis and Elkins, capturing the women's 4,000-meter distance medley relay. Wesleyan was second, Point Park was third. So we will take a break, and we will come back and close out our coverage. Dave Hickman there at the finish line as the final runners come across, and we shall return here to the Chris Klein Athletic Complex. You're watching live coverage of the Mountain East Conference Indoor Track and Field Championships on the Mountain East Conference Digital Network.
4 decades, the health plan is called West Virginia Home. It all started with a vision to serve our community with pride and integrity. We've grown alongside West Virginia, becoming part of its fabric. We've been here through thick and thin, supporting local families and businesses. Because at the health plan, we don't just work here, we live here. Proudly serving West Virginia since 1979. Your trusted partner in the community. The health plan. Here for you.
Being a champion takes more than skill, more than endless drills, more than using your head. Being a champion takes the heart to give it your all, the agility to thrive from any angle, and the relentless drive to be the best. Welcome to Division II, where the pursuit is yours to create, and the question isn't, can you do it? It's will you?
In NCAA Division II, student athletes leave a lasting impression on their communities. That's because Division II student athletes want to make a difference and truly be part of their surrounding communities. Through community engagement, thousands of student athletes from various backgrounds interact with community members who view them as role models. This interaction leaves a positive and perhaps even life-changing impression on all those involved. In Division II, we rise to the opportunity and make community engagement ours.
It starts from the moment you enter the court. We're there to serve, make sure we're creating a fair atmosphere for both teams, upholding the integrity of the game.
I chose to be an official when I was a senior in high school, 17 years old. I think it's the best decision I've made. You could play, and you could make extra money on the weekends on the side, and why not?
In life, things aren't scripted. Games aren't pre-scripted. You know, I got into officiating because my father was an official. Officiating was part of our family life. It wasn't just a game.
Get to be outside, get to experience the game. It's so much more fun. You can get a lot out of it.
If you're an athlete, we need people like you and young athletes who can translate those skills to officiating.
So much of officiating is not necessarily what you do on the court. It's how you conduct business off the court as well. Being an official, sure, it's not easy.
And if it wasn't for those difficulties, I don't think I would be where I'm at, because it helped me become not only a better official, but a better person.
It happens in every town, in every game.
We never have a perfect game, but the rewards always outweigh the negativities.
And it's just been wonderful.
Back inside here at the Chris Klein Athletic Complex on the campus of Marshall University in Huntington, West Virginia. Day one has been completed in the 2025 Mountain East Conference Indoor Track and Field Championships. Great field competition and certainly great action on the Jeff Small track. And Davison Elkins wins our final event of the day, which was a final in the running portion of the competition. The 4,000-meter women's distance medley relay. Davison Elkins captures first place. Wesleyan was second. Point Park, University of Charleston, Glenville, Concord, Frostburg, and West Liberty rounded out. Well, guys, it's been a fun late afternoon into evening here for day one. Can't wait for tomorrow. Jim, we'll start with you. Some takeaways from this day one competition.
Well, you know, no surprise UC kind of asserting themselves a little bit early here, you know, with a couple of events. But as Andrew alluded to earlier, just getting started. Only about 5 or 6 events have been finalized, so we got the bulk of them tomorrow. So could be anybody's race.
I tell you, it could be anybody's race, but one thing that got me this first day, out of the 17 events that we have here, there were 11 broken records on day one and multiple broken records in individual events that would have counted depending on. It's just a day of breaking records. Everybody stepping up, these athletes bringing their best to the indoor track and field meet, and it's fun for us to be able to watch these kids perform at their absolute best.
Yeah, I've always said it. I said, I just feel blessed every time I put headsets on and get to do events such as this, and certainly feel that way once again. So tomorrow we'll start with the men's heptathlon 60-meter hurdles, followed by the pole vault, and then the 1,000 meters for the heptathlon. That will be some live streaming we'll have going on. Then we'll have field events, the men's high jump, the women's triple jump, the men's weight throw, the women's high jump, the men's triple jump, and then the women's weight throw. And then we'll be gathering at shortly after 4 o'clock for all finals in running events from the mile for both the men and the women, then the 60 meters, and then it's going to be the 400 meters, the 800 meters. Then we'll get into the hurdles, the 60 meter for the men and the women, and the 200 meter final for both the men and women. Then it will be the 3,000 meter final, the women's 3,000 meter final, and then we'll wrap it up with the 4x4 for the men, and that will be followed by the women, and then an outstanding award ceremony, as always, put on by the great Mountain East Conference. Jim, I enjoyed it, my man.
I enjoyed it as well. And the other thing you can look forward to, all the races tomorrow, finals.
Yes.
Had some prelims today, but tomorrow it's for the cash.
And Andrew, great to be with you as always. We always enjoy doing track together.
Absolutely. Listen, Jim's a championship coach. I want a title tomorrow.
Okay, I'll get
I give him a title.
I gave you one just a
I
moment
may not
ago.
want it.
I gave you one just a moment ago. Rip Van Winkle.
Rip from Rome.
No, just outstanding. It's a great nickname for you, my man. You always do a wonderful job. So that is going to do it for Butch Mounts, our great producer, director, and our outstanding crew. We say so long from inside here at the Chris Klein Athletic Complex on the campus of Marshall University in Huntington, West Virginia. Day 1 complete. Day 2 coming up tomorrow here in this outstanding event. So for Jim Mahan, Andrew Miller, and our outstanding crew, I'm Mark Martin. We say so long from Huntington. You've been watching live coverage of the Mountain East Conference Indoor Track and Field Championships on the Mountain East Conference Digital Network.